Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where tonight we'll journey through magical corridors, enchanted classrooms, and the peaceful grounds of the castle. Join us as we explore the wizarding world in a story designed to help you drift into a peaceful sleep. After our story concludes, you'll hear the gentle crackling of a common room fire to help you fall asleep. There will be no advertisements or interruptions, just the continuous, soothing sounds of flames to carry you into your dreams. Now take a deep breath, relax your mind, and let's begin our magical adventure. The night air whispered against your skin as you made your way across the Hogwarts grounds, your footsteps silent on the dewy grass. The massive silhouette of the castle loomed behind you, most of its windows dark save for a scattered few where late-night studiers or restless professors still moved about. Ahead, the Quidditch pitch waited, a darker shadow against the deep blue of the night sky. Harry walked beside you, his firebolt slung over his shoulder, while Ginny trailed just behind, her own broomstick held casually at her side. The rest of your impromptu Gryffindor practice group, Katie Bell, Dean Thomas, and a rather nervous-looking Dennis Creevy, followed in hushed excitement. "Do you really think we'll be able to see well enough to practice?" Dennis whispered, his voice carrying in the still night air. "The moon's nearly full," Ginny replied, gesturing upward, "and Harry's got a plan." You glanced at the sky, where the moon hung like a silver galleon, casting enough light to create long, soft shadows across the grounds. Stars punctuated the darkness, unusually bright tonight, as if they too were curious about your midnight adventure. Harry led your small group toward the pitch entrance, his pace quickening as you approached. "McGonagall would have our heads if she knew," he said with a small laugh, "but we need the extra practice before facing Ravenclaw next week." The wooden gates to the Quidditch pitch stood partially open, as if inviting you in. One by one you slipped through the gap, entering the vast oval arena. In the moonlight, the pitch took on an ethereal quality. The usually vibrant gold of the goal hoops was now silvered, the stands rising around you like sleeping giants. Harry reached into his robes and pulled out his wand. With a whispered lumos minima, a soft ball of light no brighter than a firefly hovered above his palm. He directed it upward with a flick of his wand, where it hung suspended some 20 feet above, casting just enough light to illuminate the immediate area without drawing attention from the castle. "Brilliant," Katie murmured, gazing up at the tiny star-like light. "Fred and George showed me," Harry explained with a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "Said they used it for their own late-night escapades." The mention of the Weasley twins brought a moment of comfortable silence, as everyone remembered their legendary pranks and the joy they'd brought to Hogwarts. The war had left its scars on all of you, but moments like these, stolen, peaceful moments of normalcy, helped heal the wounds bit by bit. "Right then," Harry said, breaking the silence. "Let's get in the air. No bludgers tonight. Too noisy. Just passing drills and some goal practice for Ron when he can join us." You mounted your broomstick, the familiar wood smooth against your palms. With a gentle kick, you pushed off from the ground, and the sensation of weightlessness washed over you as you rose into the night air. The cool breeze caressed your face, carrying the scent of pine from the forbidden forest and the earthiness of the lake. Below, the pitch transformed into a patchwork of shadows and moonlit grass. Harry released a quaffle from under his arm, its worn leather catching the soft light as it arced through the air toward Ginny, who caught it with practiced ease. She pivoted on her broom, scanning for her next target, then sent the ball spinning toward you with a precise throw. The weight of the quaffle felt right in your hands, grounding you even as you floated 50 feet above the earth. You tucked it under your arm and maneuvered your broom in a wide turn, feeling the gentle resistance of the air against your body. This was freedom, suspended between earth and sky, where gravity became mere suggestion rather than law. As you passed the quaffle to Katie, you noticed something peculiar about the night sky. The stars, which had been bright but ordinary when you'd first entered the pitch, now seemed to pulse gently, like the slow, steady breathing of some celestial creature. You blinked, wondering if your eyes were playing tricks in the dim light. "Is it just me?" Dean called from across the pitch, "or are the stars getting bigger?" You all paused, hovering in mid-air, heads tilted toward the heavens. He was right. The stars were growing more luminous, their light expanding until they were no longer mere pinpricks but soft, glowing orbs. The moonlight, too, seemed to intensify, bathing the pitch in a silvery radiance that was almost like daylight, yet gentler, dreamier. "It's beautiful," Ginny breathed, her face upturned, freckles silvered in the strange light. Harry floated closer to you, his expression a mixture of wonder and the cautious vigilance that had become second nature to him over the years. "I've never seen anything like this," he said quietly. The air around you began to change, growing warmer despite the cool spring night, and filled with a subtle vibration, not quite a sound, but a feeling that hummed against your skin and resonated in your chest. It reminded you of the sensation when a particularly powerful spell was cast nearby, that ripple of magic that every witch and wizard learned to recognize. "Look at the goal hoops," Dennis gasped, pointing toward the far end of the pitch. The 3 golden hoops had begun to shimmer, as if viewed through heat waves on a summer day. As you watched, tiny motes of light, like fireflies or sparks from a wand, began to spiral around them, creating glowing rings that spun faster and faster until they blurred into bands of liquid light. "What is this magic?" Katie whispered, her voice filled with awe rather than fear. No one had an answer, but oddly, none of you felt frightened. There was something gentle about this strange phenomenon, something that felt intentional, as if the magic were inviting you to participate rather than merely observe. Harry was the first to move, guiding his firebolt in a slow circle. As he did, the nearest stars seemed to pulse in response, brightening and dimming in time with his movement. A smile of realization spread across his face. "It's responding to us," he said, excitement building in his voice. "Try moving in formation." You exchanged glances with the others, then nodded. With the unspoken coordination that came from countless hours of practice together, you arranged yourselves into a flying V, with Harry at the point. As one, you began to glide forward, maintaining perfect alignment. The response was immediate and breathtaking. The stars above you shifted, flowing into a new arrangement that mirrored your formation. A trail of stardust seemed to follow in your wake, lingering in the air like the tail of a comet. "It's like the ceiling in the Great Hall," Ginny called, her voice carrying on the night air. "But it's actually responding to us." Emboldened, Harry led you into a gentle turn, banking left, then right. Each time the stars followed, creating sweeping patterns of light that hung suspended in the air behind you. The magic in the atmosphere intensified, the humming vibration growing stronger until it felt like music without sound. A symphony you could feel but not hear. "Let's try something else," Dean suggested, his artistic nature clearly intrigued by this canvas of stars. Harry nodded, and your formation dissolved as each of you began to carve your own path through the air. You spiraled upward, executing a perfect corkscrew turn that you'd been practicing for weeks. Above you, a ribbon of starlight traced your path, glittering and dancing in your wake. Around the pitch, each of your companions was creating their own celestial art. Katie performed a series of tight loops that left concentric circles of light hanging in the air. Dean zigzagged between the goal hoops, leaving a geometric pattern of sharp angles and straight lines. Dennis, gaining confidence, climbed high before diving in a controlled fall that created a cascading waterfall of sparks. Harry and Ginny flew side by side, their paths intertwining like a double helix, creating the most complex pattern of all, a flowing, organic design that pulsed with golden light. As you watched, you realized with a start that it resembled the pattern of a snitch's wings, unfurled and in flight. The longer you flew, the more responsive the night sky became. The stars no longer simply mirrored your movements, but began to anticipate them, creating complementary patterns that enhanced your aerial designs. It was as if you were engaged in a dialogue with the heavens themselves, a conversation without words where flight was the shared language. You rejoined the others in the center of the pitch, hovering in a loose circle as you all gazed in wonder at the tapestry of light you had created. The entire pitch was now encircled by glowing patterns, loops and spirals, sharp angles and gentle curves, all interwoven into a complex mandala of starlight that rotated slowly around you. "It's like the castle is showing us something," Harry said thoughtfully, his green eyes reflecting the golden light. "Like it wants us to understand." As if in response to his words, the patterns began to shift, the seemingly random designs coalescing into a more coherent form. You watched, transfixed, as the light reshaped itself into a familiar outline. A simplified map of Hogwarts and its grounds, with certain areas glowing more brightly than others. "Look," he said, pointing to one of the brightest points. "That's exactly where we are now, the Quidditch pitch." Other locations pulsed with similar intensity: the astronomy tower, the edge of the Forbidden Forest, the center of the lake where the giant squid made its home, and a spot near the greenhouses that you recognized as the place where magical herbs were grown for healing potions. "They're all places with strong magic," Ginny realized, her voice hushed with understanding. "Places where the magical essence of Hogwarts is most concentrated." Harry nodded slowly. I think the castle is showing us its heart, or hearts, the sources of its power." As you considered this, the map began to change again. Lines of light extended from each bright point, connecting them in an intricate web that reminded you of the constellations above. As the last connection formed, completing the network, a wave of warmth washed over you all. Not heat, but a feeling of recognition, of welcome. The humming in the air resolved into a brief, clear note, like a single tone from a celestial bell, before fading into silence. The extraordinary light began to dim, the star patterns slowly dissolving back into the ordinary night sky, though the memory of them remained, imprinted in your vision like an afterimage. "Did that really just happen?" Dennis asked, his voice small with wonder. For a moment, no one answered. The experience felt too precious, too intimate to immediately dissect with words. You had all shared something rare, a moment when the ancient magic of Hogwarts had reached out to you, had invited you to dance with it among the stars. "Yes," Harry finally said, his voice firm with certainty. "And I think it was the castle's way of reminding us that magic isn't just about spells and potions. It's about connection, to each other, to this place, to the legacy of all the witches and wizards who've come before us." Ginny moved her broom closer to his, reaching out to touch his arm. And about joy, she added softly, the pure joy of flight, of being free. You all remained suspended there for a few minutes longer, reluctant to break the spell of the moment. The night had returned to normal, or what passed for normal at Hogwarts, but something had changed within each of you. You had glimpsed a deeper layer of the magic that surrounded you every day, had participated in it rather than merely wielding it. Slowly, by unspoken agreement, you began to descend toward the grass below. As your feet touched down, you felt the solid earth beneath you with new appreciation, understanding better now the balance between groundedness and flight, between the ordinary and the magical. Harry collected his tiny light with a wave of his wand, extinguishing it with a murmured "Nox." In the moonlight, you could see that his face held the same expression of peaceful wonder that you felt on your own. "I think," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "that was better practice than anything we could have planned." No one disagreed. Whatever technical skills you might have honed that night seemed insignificant compared to the lesson the castle had shared with you. A reminder of why you loved magic in the first place, why the simple act of flying through the air on an enchanted broomstick could never grow old. As you walked back toward the castle, broomstick slung over your shoulders, the night air felt different against your skin, alive with possibility, humming with the reminder that at Hogwarts, the line between the ordinary and the extraordinary was always delightfully, wonderfully thin. The following morning, you awoke in your four-poster bed in Gryffindor Tower, the memories of the night before still vivid in your mind. Outside your window, the sky was a clear, ordinary blue, no trace remaining of the celestial magic that had transformed it. For a brief, disorienting moment, you wondered if it had all been a dream. But as you made your way down to breakfast in the Great Hall, you caught Harry's eye across the table, and the knowing smile you exchanged confirmed the reality of your shared experience. Throughout the day, you noticed the other participants of the midnight practice exchanging similar glances, private reminders of the secret you all now carried. Professor Flitwick, noticing your distraction during Charms class, asked if you were feeling unwell. "Just tired, Professor," you replied, which wasn't entirely untrue. "I was up late, studying." "Ah, dedication to your education. Excellent, excellent," the tiny professor squeaked, bouncing on his toes with approval before moving on to help Neville, whose feather was smoking alarmingly instead of floating. In the corridor after class, Ginny fell into step beside you. "I spoke with Hermione this morning," she said, keeping her voice low despite the bustle of students around you. "I didn't tell her everything, but I asked her if Hogwarts has ever been known to communicate with students." Your interest piqued. You leaned closer. "And? What did she say?" "There are stories, legends really, about the castle, occasionally revealing secrets to those who are particularly attuned to its magic. Usually in times of great need, though." Ginny frowned slightly, "which makes me wonder, why now? Why us?" It was a good question, one that had been tugging at the edges of your own thoughts. The experience had seemed benevolent, even joyful, but at Hogwarts, even the most innocent-seeming magic sometimes held deeper significance. "Maybe it's because of what we've all been through," you suggested. "After the war, all the rebuilding, maybe the castle was reminding us of what we fought for. The magic that makes this place special." Ginny considered this, then nodded slowly. "That makes sense. A reminder of why it all matters." Her expression brightened. "And maybe it just likes Quidditch. The founders were all supposed to be excellent flyers, after all." You laughed, the sound echoing off the ancient stone walls. "I like that explanation even better." Classes continued, the day unfolding like any other at Hogwarts, which is to say, filled with the controlled chaos of magical education. In Transfiguration, Ron accidentally turned his teacup into what appeared to be a very confused turtle with a handle for a tail. In Potions, Seamus managed to create a concoction that hiccuped purple bubbles, causing Slughorn to simultaneously award points for creative innovation and deduct them for alarming deviation from the assigned brew. Yet throughout it all, you carried the memory of the night before like a warm coal in your chest, a private source of light and wonder. The endless facts and figures, spells and potions that made up your magical education sometimes made it easy to forget the pure, inexplicable joy of magic itself. The feeling you'd had when you first held your wand, when you'd first seen Hogwarts rising against the night sky last night, had rekindled that feeling, reminded you of what it truly meant to be a witch or wizard in this extraordinary world. That evening, as twilight deepened into true night, you found yourself drawn to the astronomy tower. Classes wouldn't begin for another hour, but you felt a need to be closer to the stars, to the vast canvas that had responded so remarkably to your flight. As you climbed the spiral staircase, the sounds of the castle, distant voices, the creaking of ancient wood, the occasional strange hum or pop of magical energy faded behind you. The tower was empty when you arrived, its circular platform open to the evening air, telescopes positioned around the perimeter like silent sentinels. You walked to the edge, resting your hands on the cool stone of the parapet as you gazed out at the darkening sky. The first stars were just becoming visible, pinpricks of light against the deep blue velvet of approaching night. They looked ordinary now, distant and unchanging as they had been for millennia before your birth, and would be for millennia after your passing. Yet you knew better now. You had seen how thin the veil was between the mundane and the magical, how even the stars themselves could become part of the great, intricate dance of enchantment that was life at Hogwarts. The sound of footsteps on the stairs broke your reverie. Turning, you saw Harry emerge onto the platform, his expression suggesting he was as surprised to see you as you were to see him. "Had the same idea, did you?" he asked with a small smile, crossing to join you at the parapet. You nodded, returning your gaze to the horizon where the last traces of sunset were fading. "I keep thinking about last night, about what it meant." Harry was quiet for a moment, his eyes reflecting the emerging stars. "I've been thinking about it too," he finally said. "And I realized something. In all my years at Hogwarts, through everything that's happened, I've never felt as connected to the castle as I did last night. As if it was alive," you murmured. "Really alive, not just enchanted." "Exactly." Harry's voice held a note of wonder. "Dumbledore always said there were secrets about Hogwarts that even he didn't know. I think we glimpsed one of them." A comfortable silence fell between you as you both contemplated this idea. The breeze picked up slightly, carrying the scent of the lake and the distant forests. Below, the ground stretched out in all directions, dotted with the warm golden light of windows and lanterns. "Do you think it will happen again?" you asked eventually. Harry considered this. "I don't know," he admitted, "but I hope so. And in the meantime," a familiar gleam appeared in his eyes, the same determination that had led Gryffindor to so many Quidditch victories. "In the meantime, we have a match to prepare for. Ravenclaw won't be easy to beat." You smiled, appreciating his ability to balance the extraordinary with the ordinary demands of life. "No, they won't, especially with that new seeker of theirs. All the more reason to get some proper practice in," Harry said with a grin. "Tomorrow night, same time?" I'll bring Ron along too. He was gutted to have missed last night. Definitely, you agreed. Though maybe we should tell him to lower his expectations a bit. Can't promise the castle will put on another light show just for us. Harry laughed, the sound carrying on the night air. With Hogwarts, you never really know, do you? That's half the fun. As more footsteps announced the arrival of your classmates for astronomy, you and Harry moved to take your places among them. Professor Sinistra, elegant in midnight blue robes scattered with tiny silver stars, began to direct everyone to specific telescopes and constellations to observe. You went through the motions of the lesson, adjusting your telescope and noting down the positions of the stars as instructed. But a part of your mind remained fixed on the memory of those same stars flowing and dancing around you like liquid light, responding to your flight as if you were conducting a celestial orchestra. Perhaps it had been a once-in-a-lifetime experience, a rare convergence of the countless magical energies that flowed through Hogwarts. Or perhaps, as Harry suggested, it was simply one of the castle's many secrets, waiting to be rediscovered by those who approached with the right combination of curiosity and joy. Either way, you knew that the next time you mounted your broomstick and soared into the night sky, you would carry with you not just the technical skills of a Quidditch player, but the deeper understanding that flight was more than just a means of transportation or sport. It was a conversation with the air itself, with the magic that permeated every molecule of the world around you. And who knew, perhaps the stars would answer once again, reaching down to dance with you among the goal hoops and towers of Hogwarts, reminding you that in the wizarding world, the line between the possible and the impossible was never quite where you expected it to be. The days leading up to the Ravenclaw match passed in a blur of classes, homework, and practice sessions. True to his word, Harry organized another nighttime practice, this time with Ron in attendance. Though the stars remained ordinary, the simple joy of flight under the moonlight was magic enough, and you all returned to the castle with wind-swept hair and spirits lifted by the shared experience. On the morning of the match, you awoke to perfect Quidditch conditions, a clear sky, minimal wind, and a crispness to the air that promised excellent visibility. The Great Hall buzzed with pre-game excitement as you took your seat at the Gryffindor table, the enchanted ceiling above reflecting the pristine blue of the sky outside. Perfect day for it, Ron said through a mouthful of toast, his keeper's gloves already tucked into his robes despite the fact that the match wouldn't begin for several hours yet. Don't get overconfident, Hermione warned, not looking up from the massive tome she was reading, while somehow managing to eat her porridge without spilling a drop. Ravenclaw's been practicing every day for the past 2 weeks. So have we, Ginny pointed out, reaching for a pitcher of pumpkin juice, and we've got something they don't. Harry looked up from his eggs, curious. What's that? Ginny's eyes sparkled with mischief. A secret understanding with the sky itself. The shared laughter that followed drew curious glances from nearby students, but none of you elaborated. Some experiences were too special to dilute with explanation. As game time approached, the atmosphere in the castle grew electric with anticipation. Ravenclaw versus Gryffindor was always a well-matched contest, combining Ravenclaw's strategic brilliance with Gryffindor's daring and intuitive play. Students from both houses sported their colors proudly, while Hufflepuffs and Slytherins chose sides based on complex calculations of house points and long-standing allegiances. In the locker room, changing into your scarlet Quidditch robes, you felt the familiar flutter of pre-game nerves transform into focused energy. Harry, as captain, gave a brief but inspiring pep talk, emphasizing teamwork and adaptability over flashy individual play. Ravenclaw will have a plan, he concluded, looking around at each of you. They always do. But what they can't plan for is how we'll work together, how we'll respond to whatever they throw at us. We've practiced in conditions most teams wouldn't even consider. Here, a knowing smile passed between those who had participated in the midnight sessions. We're ready for anything. With a chorus of agreement, the team shouldered their brooms and headed for the tunnel that would lead them onto the pitch. The distant roar of the crowd grew louder with each step, washing over you like the tide. This, too, was its own kind of magic. The collective energy of hundreds of voices joined in excitement and anticipation. As you stepped onto the pitch, the sunlight momentarily blinded you, a stark contrast to the shadowy tunnel. When your vision cleared, you were greeted by a sea of color. The red and gold of Gryffindor supporters on one side, the blue and bronze of Ravenclaw on the other, and scattered throughout, the green, silver, yellow, and black of students whose allegiance was with the game itself rather than either team. Madame Hooch stood in the center of the field, her silver whistle gleaming in the sunlight, the case containing the game balls at her feet. The Ravenclaw team approached from the opposite side of the pitch, their blue robes billowing slightly in the gentle breeze. "Captains, shake hands," Madame Hooch instructed. Harry stepped forward to meet Roger Davies, the Ravenclaw captain. They clasped hands briefly, each assessing the other with respect, tinged with competitive spirit. "Mount your brooms," came the next command. You swung your leg over your broomstick, feeling the familiar contours of the wood beneath you, your hands finding their practiced grip on the handle. Around you, your teammates did the same, a unit poised for coordinated action. The shrill blast of Madame Hooch's whistle pierced the air, and as one, 14 players kicked off from the ground, soaring upward into the blue expanse. The crowd's roar crescendoed as the balls were released, the quaffle tossed high, the bludgers bursting from their restraints, and the tiny golden snitch vanishing almost instantly from view. You accelerated toward the quaffle, reaching it just seconds before a Ravenclaw chaser. With a quick turn, you tucked the ball under your arm and wheeled toward the goal posts at the far end of the pitch. The game had begun. What followed was Quidditch at its finest, a back-and-forth contest of skill, strategy, and split-sec decisions. Ravenclaw, true to form, executed precise formations that seemed to anticipate your team's movements. But the Gryffindor squad responded with the kind of intuitive coordination that came from countless hours of practice together, adapting to each new challenge with fluid grace. You scored twice in the first 20 minutes, sending the quaffle through the right and center hoops with throws that left the Ravenclaw keeper grasping at air. But Ravenclaw answered with goals of their own, keeping the score close as the game stretched on. The sun climbed higher in the sky, its warmth a pleasant contrast to the cooling rush of air against your face as you sped from one end of the pitch to the other. Time seemed to lose meaning, narrowing to the rhythm of the game, the passing of the quaffle, the strategic positioning for the next play, the constant awareness of your teammates' locations. An hour into the match with the score tied at 70-70, something began to change in the quality of the light. At first, you thought it was simply the angle of the sun shifting, casting different shadows across the pitch. But as you completed a sharp turn after passing the quaffle to Katie, you realized that the change was more profound. The sunlight, which had been bright and ordinary all morning, now took on a golden, almost liquid quality. It seemed to thicken in the air, creating visible currents and eddies that flowed around the players like a benevolent current. A familiar humming vibration began to build, too subtle for most to notice, but unmistakable to those who had experienced it before. Across the pitch, you caught Harry's eye. He had paused in his search for the snitch, hovering high above the main action, his expression a mixture of recognition and wonder. Ginny, too, had noticed, her gaze darting between the strange light patterns and your face, confirmation that she was seeing the same phenomenon. The crowd, focused on the game and unaware of the subtle magic unfolding, continued to cheer and gasp at particularly daring plays. But for you and your teammates who had been present that night on the Quidditch pitch, the ordinary match had transformed into something extraordinary. As you flew, the golden light began to trail behind you, creating ephemeral pathways through the air that lingered for seconds before dissolving. The effect was similar to what you had experienced during the midnight practice, but different too, more subtle, more integrated with the realities of daylight and an official match. A Ravenclaw chaser intercepting the quaffle flew directly through one of these light trails. Though he showed no sign of noticing its presence, his broom seemed to momentarily shimmer as if the wood itself was responding to the magical energy. "What's happening?" Katie called as she flew alongside you, her voice low enough that only you could hear. "I think," you replied, watching as more light patterns began to form around the players, "that Hogwarts is joining the game." And indeed it seemed that the castle, or whatever ancient magic had reached out to you that night, was once again making its presence known. But this time, it wasn't just creating a spectacle, it was participating in the flow of the game itself. You noticed it first when a bludger, headed straight for Ginny, seemed to curve ever so slightly in its path, missing her by inches when it should have struck. Then again when a particularly tricky gust of wind, which might have disrupted Ron's save at the goalposts, suddenly calmed just as the quaffle reached him, allowing him to deflect it with a well-positioned hand. These weren't obvious interventions, nothing that would violate the rules of the game or draw attention from the referees or spectators. They were subtle adjustments, small moments of synchronicity that seemed to flow naturally from the movements of the players themselves. And they weren't all in Gryffindor's favor either. When a Ravenclaw beater executed a particularly skillful hit, sending a bludger in a complex arc that required genuine talent, the light around him brightened appreciatively. When one of their chasers performed a perfect sloth grip roll to avoid a collision, her path was momentarily outlined in a shower of golden sparks, visible only to those attuned to the magic at work. It wasn't about favoritism, you realized. It was about celebration, of skill, of daring, of the pure joy of flight and competition. The magic was responding to the beauty of the game itself, to moments of excellence regardless of which team produced them. The realization lifted a weight you hadn't known you were carrying. This wasn't an unfair advantage, it was a shared experience, a deepening of the already magical nature of Quidditch at Hogwarts. With renewed focus, you threw yourself back into the game, not trying to control or direct the strange magic, but allowing yourself to flow with it, to become part of the larger pattern it was weaving across the pitch. The score continued to climb, 80, 70, then 80-80, then 90 in Gryffindor's favor after you executed a particularly daring dive that culminated in a hard-to-block shot through the left hoop. The crowd's roars washed over you in waves, adding their own kind of energy to the magical atmosphere. It was during one of these plays, as you were streaking down the pitch with the quaffle tucked securely under your arm, that you noticed Harry suddenly change direction high above. His posture had shifted, his body flattening against his broomstick, in the unmistakable position of a seeker who had spotted his target. The Ravenclaw seeker, Cho Chang, noticed almost simultaneously, wheeling her broom around to give chase. They were evenly matched in skill and determination, but Harry had the advantage of position, already diving toward whatever glint of gold had caught his eye. Time seemed to slow as you watched the pursuit unfold, even as you continued your own path toward the goal hoops. The golden light that had been flowing around the pitch all game suddenly intensified, gathering itself into currents that spiraled around the two seekers as they dived and weaved. For a breathtaking moment, Harry and Cho were at the center of a miniature galaxy of light, stars and spirals whirling around them as they strained toward the tiny, elusive object that would end the game. It was beautiful, mesmerizing, and completely invisible to most of the spectators, who saw only two skilled flyers in the final moments of their competitive dance. Harry reached out, his arm extending to its fullest length, fingers spread wide. Cho was right beside him now, her own hand stretching toward the same point in space. For a heartbeat, it could have gone either way. Then Harry's fingers closed around something, and he pulled up from his dive, his fist raised triumphantly above his head. The stadium erupted, the noise of physical force that seemed to press against your ears as Gryffindor supporters leapt to their feet, screaming their approval. The magical light, which had been building to a crescendo during the snitch chase, seemed to burst like a silent firework, showering the entire pitch with golden sparks that dissolved into the ordinary sunlight. As quickly as it had appeared, the strange magic receded, leaving behind only the familiar, everyday enchantment of Hogwarts. The final score, Gryffindor 240, Ravenclaw 80, flashed on the magical scoreboard as both teams descended to the ground. The stands began to empty, students pouring onto the pitch to congratulate the winners or console the defeated. In the chaos of backslapping and cheers, you found yourself face to face with Harry, who still clutched the struggling snitch in his hand. "Did you see?" he began, his eyes wide with the wonder of what you had all just experienced. "Yes," you nodded, unable to keep the smile from your face. "It was with us the whole time." Harry's expression softened into understanding. "Not just with us," he corrected gently. "With all of us. Everyone who loves the game. It's not about winning or losing. It's about magic," you finished. "The real kind." Around you the celebration continued, blissfully ordinary in its exuberance. Students and teachers alike chatted about particularly impressive plays, debated missed opportunities, and predicted the impact on the house standings. As the crowd began to disperse, making its way back toward the castle for lunch and afternoon activities, you lingered on the pitch with the other members of that midnight practice. None of you spoke about what you had witnessed. There was no need. The shared glances, the knowing smiles, were communication enough. Professor McGonagall approached, her stern features softened by the pleasure of Gryffindor's victory. "Well played, all of you," she said, her Scottish brogue more pronounced in her excitement. "Particularly good coordination out there today. One might think you've been getting in some extra practice." You caught Harry's eye, suppressing a laugh as McGonagall continued. "Of course, I would never encourage students to be out after hours, even for such productive pursuits." With the faintest twitch of her lips that might have been the beginning of a smile, she straightened her hat and moved on to congratulate Ron on a spectacular save. "She knows," Ginny whispered, watching the headmistress's retreating back. "She always knows." Harry shrugged, his expression sheepish but unrepentant. Wouldn't be Hogwarts if the teachers didn't know more than they let on. As you made your way back to the castle, broomstick slung casually over your shoulder, you found yourself walking slower than the others, taking in the familiar grounds with new eyes. The Quidditch pitch behind you, the sweeping lawns, the dark edge of the forbidden forest, the castle rising above it all. How many times had you seen this view? Yet today it seemed different, more alive somehow. Perhaps it was just the lingering magic of the game, or the camaraderie of shared secrets, or simply the satisfaction of victory. But as you tilted your face up to the clear blue sky, you couldn't help but feel that Hogwarts had shared something special with you. A glimpse behind the veil that separated ordinary magic from the deeper, more mysterious kind that formed the very foundation of the wizarding world. Later that evening, as celebrations in the Gryffindor common room began to wind down, you found yourself by the window, gazing out at the darkening sky. The stars were appearing one by one, ordinary pinpricks of light against the velvet backdrop of night. No extraordinary magic manifested, no flowing patterns or responding light, just the eternal, unchanging beauty of the cosmos. Yet you knew now that there was more to those distant lights than met the eye, just as there was more to Hogwarts than its visible stonework and enchantments. Magic, real magic, ran deeper than spells and potions. It was in the connections between things, between people, between the castle and its inhabitants, between the earth and the sky. You smiled to yourself, content with this understanding. Whether or not you ever witnessed such extraordinary magic again, you would carry the memory of it with you, a private reminder of the deeper wonders that existed in your world. Outside, the night deepened, stars brightening as darkness fell. In a few hours, the moon would rise, casting its silver light across the Quidditch pitch where it all began. And perhaps, somewhere in the ancient stones of Hogwarts, the magic that had reached out to you would stir again, ready to reveal itself to other students who approached with open hearts and a love of flight. For now, though, the day's adventures were complete. You turned away from the window, rejoining your friends by the fire, letting the warmth and camaraderie envelop you like a comfortable blanket. Tomorrow would bring new classes, new challenges, new opportunities for both ordinary and extraordinary magic. But tonight, surrounded by friends in the golden glow of the Gryffindor common room, you were exactly where you needed to be. Home, in all its magical complexity, with the memory of stars that danced like dreams still fresh in your mind. As the weeks passed and spring deepened into early summer, life at Hogwarts continued its familiar rhythm of classes, meals, and homework. The victory over Ravenclaw was followed by an equally decisive win against Hufflepuff, putting Gryffindor in an excellent position for the Quidditch Cup. Regular practices, both official and unofficial, became part of your routine, though none quite matched the magic of that first midnight flight. Yet something had changed. Subtle but undeniable, you found yourself more attuned to the magical essence of Hogwarts, noticing small details that had previously escaped your attention. The way certain staircases seemed to shift more favorably when you were running late to class. How the fires in the Gryffindor common room burned with extra warmth on particularly cold evenings. The curious fact that the library always seemed to guide you to exactly the book you needed, even when you weren't entirely sure what you were looking for. Had these things always happened, unnoticed among the more obvious enchantments of the castle? Or had your encounter with the deeper magic somehow altered your perception, allowing you to see what had been invisible before? You couldn't be sure, but you found yourself grateful either way. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had noticed changes too. Hermione, always the scholar, had begun researching the history of Hogwarts with even greater intensity than usual, seeking references to similar phenomena in the castle's 1,000-year history. The founders must have built more into Hogwarts than anyone realizes, she said one evening as the four of you sat by the lake, enjoying the mild air and the golden light of the setting sun. I've found hints in some of the older texts, references to the sentient stones or the watchful walls. Most historians dismiss these as metaphorical, but after what you've described, it makes you wonder what else is out there, Ron mused, skipping a stone across the smooth surface of the lake. I mean, If the castle itself has some kind of awareness, what about the grounds, the forest, the whole of Hogsmeade even? Harry had been quiet, contemplative, but now he nodded slowly. I've always felt that Hogwarts was more than just a place, he said. From the first moment I saw it, it felt like coming home, like it recognized me somehow. You understood exactly what he meant. For all its dangers and mysteries, for all the challenges you had faced within its walls, Hogwarts had always felt right in a way that defied simple explanation. It was more than a school. It was a living repository of magical history, a bridge between the past and the future of wizardkind. As twilight deepened around you, Hermione pulled her cloak tighter against the evening chill. We should head back, she said, ever practical. It's getting dark and we've got that transfiguration essay due tomorrow. Ron groaned dramatically, but stood and offered a hand to help her up. Don't remind me, I've barely started, and McGonagall will have my head if I turn in another late assignment. As your small group made its way back up the sloping lawn toward the castle, you found yourself lagging slightly behind, your gaze drawn to the Quidditch pitch visible in the distance. In the gathering dusk, the goal hoops gleamed faintly, catching the last rays of the setting sun. On an impulse, you called to the others. I think I'll take a quick detour, see you back at the common room. Harry glanced from you to the pitch, understanding dawning in his eyes. Want company? You considered for a moment, then shook your head with a smile. Not this time. I just want to say hello. He nodded, returning your smile. Tell it hello from me too. Hermione and Ron exchanged puzzled glances, but didn't press for explanations. With a wave, they continued toward the castle, while you turned aside, following the path that led to the Quidditch stadium. The pitch was empty when you arrived, the stands silent, the grass still bearing faint marks from the last practice. You walked to the center, feeling the soft give of the turf beneath your feet, and simply stood there for a moment, breathing in the scent of open air and distant forests. No broom tonight, no team, no golden light streaming from the stars. Just you and the quiet evening, the gentle breeze ruffling your hair, the first stars beginning to appear in the deepening blue above. Hello, you said softly, feeling slightly foolish but pushing forward anyway. I just wanted to thank you, I suppose, for what you showed us. There was no response, of course, just the continued rustle of the wind through the stands and the distant hooting of an owl beginning its nightly hunt. Yet as you stood there, you felt a sense of peace settle over you, a connection to the ground beneath your feet and the sky above your head. You didn't need spectacular displays of magic to know that Hogwarts was alive in its own unique way. It was in the quiet moments like these, in the sense of belonging that washed over you as you stood in the gathering darkness, that the true magic of the place revealed itself. With a contented sigh, you turned to leave, ready to rejoin your friends in the warmth of the castle. But as you reached the edge of the pitch, a flicker of movement caught your eye. A brief shimmer in the air, like heat waves on a summer day, tracing the exact path you had flown that night. You paused, watching as the shimmer faded back into ordinary twilight. It might have been a trick of the light, or your imagination giving form to memory, or it might have been something else entirely. A greeting, perhaps, or simply an acknowledgement of your presence. Either way, you smiled as you continued on your path, the castle windows glowing warmly in the distance, beckoning you home. Whatever mysteries Hogwarts still held, whatever magic waited to be discovered in its ancient halls and grounds, would reveal themselves in time. For now, it was enough to know that the connection was there, a golden thread binding you to this place of wonders. As you approached the castle, the first stars fully visible now in the darkening sky, you felt a sense of anticipation for the adventures still to come, both on the Quidditch pitch and beyond. For at Hogwarts every day held the possibility of magic, and every night whispered of stars that might, just might, dance to the rhythm of your flight. The weeks leading up to the final Quidditch match of the season seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Before you knew it, the morning of the championship game had arrived, bringing with it clear skies and a gentle breeze that promised perfect flying conditions. At least, that's what you thought when you first peered out your dormitory window at dawn. The great hall buzzed with excitement at breakfast. The 4 longhouse tables were more defined by colour than ever before, Gryffindor's red and gold dominating one end, while Ravenclaw's blue and bronze filled the other. Even the Hufflepuffs and Slytherins had largely chosen sides, though their allegiances were split based on complex calculations of house points, personal friendships, and long-standing rivalries. You sat with the rest of the Gryffindor team, all of you picking at your food more than eating it. The pressure of the final match weighed heavily on everyone's shoulders. This game against Ravenclaw would determine the Quidditch Cup winner, and after months of training, including those special midnight practices, it all came down to the next few hours. "You need to eat something," Hermione insisted, pushing a plate of toast toward Harry, who had been staring at the same spoonful of porridge for nearly 10 minutes. "I'm not hungry," he replied, though he dutifully took a piece and nibbled at the corner. "Ravenclaw's been on a winning streak," Ron said, his keeper's gloves already on despite the match being hours away. "Their new formations are unlike anything we've seen before." Ginny rolled her eyes. "Thank you, Ron, for that boost of confidence." "I'm just saying." "We know what you're saying," you interrupted gently, "but we've prepared for this. We're ready." Your words sounded more confident than you felt. The truth was, Ravenclaw had indeed been playing extraordinarily well this season. Their new captain, Roger Davies, had implemented strategies that combined academic precision with creative flourishes that were difficult to counter. Their seeker, Cho Chang, had developed a knack for finding the snitch with remarkable speed. And their keeper rarely let a quaffle through the hoops. "Just remember what we practiced," Harry said quietly, his green eyes meeting each of yours in turn. "Play as a unit, adapt to whatever comes our way, and never lose sight of each other on the field." There was something about his simple words that calmed the nervous fluttering in your stomach. This was why Harry was captain. Not just for his flying skills or strategic mind, but for his ability to inspire confidence when it mattered most. As breakfast concluded, Professor McGonagall approached the Gryffindor table, her tall, pointed hat bobbing slightly as she walked. Though she maintained her usual stern expression, there was a hint of excitement in her eyes that she couldn't quite conceal. "I trust you are all prepared for today's match," she said, looking over her square spectacles at the team. "Yes, Professor," Harry answered, "for all of you." McGonagall nodded briskly. "Good. I need not remind you how much this match means to Gryffindor House." She paused, then added in a slightly lower voice, "Though I would be pleased to see the Quidditch Cup in my office once more." With that, she turned and walked away, her emerald green robes swishing behind her. "No pressure," Ron muttered, his face slightly pale beneath his freckles. The hours before the match passed with excruciating slowness. Some of you retreated to the common room to review play diagrams one last time, while others chose to walk the grounds, clearing their heads in preparation for what was to come. You found yourself drawn to the Quidditch pitch, empty now, but soon to be filled with hundreds of cheering students and staff. Standing in the center of the field, you closed your eyes and took a deep breath, trying to center yourself. The scent of freshly cut grass filled your nostrils, and beneath your feet you could feel the solid earth, grounding you despite the nerves that threatened to set you afloat. "Mind if I join you?" You opened your eyes to find Harry standing a few feet away, his firebolt held loosely in one hand. You nodded and he walked over to stand beside you, both of you gazing up at the empty stands and goal hoops. "Nervous?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. "Terrified," you admitted with a small laugh. "You, always." His smile was reassuring nonetheless. "But that's good. It means we care." You stood in comfortable silence for a moment, each lost in your own thoughts. Then Harry spoke again, his voice soft but firm. "Whatever happens today, I'm proud of this team, of what we've built together." You glanced at him, noting the sincerity in his expression. "Me too." As you both turned to head back to the castle to prepare with the rest of the team, you noticed a subtle change in the sky. What had been clear blue earlier was now dotted with wisps of grey cloud, gathering on the horizon like distant thoughts. "Looks like the weather might turn," you commented. Harry followed your gaze upward. "Just adds another challenge," he said with a shrug, though his eyes narrowed slightly as he studied the approaching clouds. By the time the teams were due to take to the field, the change in weather was undeniable. The previously gentle breeze had strengthened to a steady wind, and the distant clouds had marched closer, darkening as they approached. Still, the rain held off as you changed into your scarlet Quidditch robes in the locker room, the familiar weight of the fabric providing a strange comfort. Harry gathered everyone into a circle for one final pep talk before you headed out. The usual pre-game chatter had died down, replaced by a focused intensity that crackled in the air between you. "We've trained for this," Harry said simply. "We've flown in every condition imaginable. We know each other's strengths and how to cover for each other's weaknesses. Ravenclaw might have the perfect plays on parchment, but we have something better." He paused, looking around at each of your faces. "We have heart, and sometimes that makes all the difference." With a collective nod of determination, you shouldered your brooms and made your way to the entrance tunnel. The roar of the crowd was already audible, a wall of sound that grew louder with each step you took toward the light at the end of the passage. And then you were on the pitch, blinking in the grey daylight as hundreds of voices cheered and chanted. The stands were a sea of waving banners and house colours, professors and students alike caught up in the excitement of the final match. Across the field, the Ravenclaw team emerged from their own tunnel, their blue robes rippling in the strengthening wind. Madame Hooch stood in the centre of the pitch, her silver whistle gleaming dully against her robes, the chest containing the game balls at her feet. "Captains, shake hands," she instructed, once both teams had assembled before her. Harry stepped forward to meet Roger Davis at the centre line. They clasped hands briefly, each nodding respectfully to the other before returning to their teams. "Mount your brooms," came the next command. You swung your leg over your broomstick, feeling the familiar wood beneath you, your hands finding their practiced positions on the handle. Around you, your teammates did the same, a well-trained unit poised for action. The shrill blast of Madame Hooch's whistle pierced the air, and as one, 14 players kicked off from the ground, soaring into the grey sky. The crowd's roar intensified as the balls were released, the quaffle tossed high, the bludgers bursting free from their restraints, and the tiny golden snitch vanishing almost instantly from view. You accelerated toward the quaffle, but a Ravenclaw chaser reached it first, tucking it under her arm and wheeling sharply toward the Gryffindor goalposts. The game had begun, and already Ravenclaw was on the offensive. The first 15 minutes of play confirmed your worst fears. Ravenclaw was even more formidable than you'd anticipated. Their chasers moved with a coordinated precision that was beautiful to watch, but frustrating to counter. Their beaters seemed able to predict the bludger's paths with uncanny accuracy, sending them exactly where a Gryffindor player was about to fly, rather than where they were. Before you knew it, Ravenclaw had scored 3 goals in quick succession, bringing the score to 30-0. Ron, guarding the Gryffindor hoops, looked increasingly frustrated with each quaffle that sailed past him. "Tighten up," Harry called as he flew past, his eyes still scanning for the elusive snitch. "Remember the patterns we practiced?" You nodded, circling back to join Katie and Ginny in reforming your chaser formation. The 3 of you had developed a series of strategic moves during those midnight practices, designed to counter just the kind of coordinated attack Ravenclaw was displaying. The next time a Ravenclaw chaser gained possession, you were ready. Diving into their path, you feinted left before swerving sharply right, disrupting their carefully planned trajectory. Katie swooped in from above, while Ginny approached from below, creating a 3-dimensional trap that forced the Ravenclaw player to pull up short. In that moment of hesitation, you darted forward, knocking the quaffle from under their arm. Katie was there in an instant, catching it and reversing direction toward the Ravenclaw goal hoops. The crowd roared as she wove between 2 opposing players, passed to Ginny, who drew the keeper to one side, then passed back to Katie, who scored neatly through the unguarded right hoop. "That's more like it," Ron shouted from the Gryffindor goals, pumping his fist in the air. The score now 30-10, you felt a surge of renewed determination. Ravenclaw might be good, excellent even, but you weren't going down without a fight. As the game progressed, however, another factor began to make itself known. The clouds that had been gathering on the horizon now loomed overhead, dark and heavy with moisture. The wind had picked up significantly, gusting unpredictably across the pitch and making it harder to maintain steady flight. And then, with a distant rumble of thunder, the first drops of rain began to fall. It started as a light drizzle, barely noticeable as you concentrated on the game, but within minutes it had transformed into a steady downpour, the droplets stinging your face as you flew, and making the handle of your broomstick slick beneath your fingers. "Weather charm?" Ginny suggested as you passed each other midfield, both of you soaked to the skin despite the water-repelling charms you'd cast on your robes before the match. You shook your head. "Doesn't feel like it," you called back. Indeed, there was something entirely natural about this storm, despite its sudden arrival. It had the chaotic, unpredictable quality of real weather, rather than the more controlled patterns of magical rain. The worsening conditions seemed to affect both teams equally at first. The quaffle became harder to grip, passing less accurate, and visibility reduced as the rain came down in sheets. But as the minutes ticked by, you began to notice something curious. Ravenclaw's carefully coordinated plays were falling apart in the storm, while Gryffindor was adapting. It made sense, in a way. Ravenclaw's strategies relied on precision and carefully plotted patterns. In clear conditions, their academic approach to Quidditch was nearly unstoppable, but in this wild, unpredictable storm, their mathematical calculations and rehearsed maneuvers became liabilities rather than assets. Gryffindor, on the other hand, had always played with a more instinctive style. Years of practicing in all weather, of developing a feel for the game rather than just a strategic understanding, were now paying off. You didn't need to see your teammates clearly to know where they would be. You could sense them, anticipate their movements based on countless hours of flying together. Slowly but surely, the tide of the game began to turn. Gryffindor scored once, then again and again, bringing the score to 30-40 in your favor. The crowd, huddled under umbrellas and water-repelling charms, roared their approval with each goal. Ravenclaw, however, was not going to concede easily. They adjusted their tactics, abandoning their more complex plays for simpler but effective approaches. The score seesawed back and forth. 40-40, then 50, 40 to Gryffindor, then 50-50 as Ravenclaw equalized. The rain continued to pound down, turning the pitch below into a muddy swamp. Lightning occasionally illuminated the field in stark white flashes, followed seconds later by rumbling thunder that you could feel vibrating through your broomstick. In all your years at Hogwarts, you'd never played in conditions quite this extreme. High above the main action, Harry and Cho circled like hawks, their search for the snitch hampered by the sheets of rain that reduced visibility to mere yards. You caught glimpses of them as you flew. Harry's scarlet robes plastered to his body, his glasses surely bewitched to repel water as he squinted into the downpour. Cho's blue uniform similarly soaked as she methodically courted the pitch in her search pattern. The game had been underway for nearly an hour now, and fatigue was beginning to set in. Your arms ached from fighting the wind, your hands cramped from gripping your broom handle so tightly, and the cold rain had seeped into your bones despite the warming charms cast before the match. Looking around at your teammates, you could see the same exhaustion etched on their faces. Ron's movements at the goal hoops were fractionally slower, the beater's swings slightly less powerful. Even Ginny, whose stamina was legendary, was showing signs of strain as she pushed her waterlogged broomstick through another turn. The score stood at 70-60 in Ravenclaw's favor, and the momentum seemed to be shifting back toward them as Gryffindor's energy flagged. If the match continued much longer, sheer fatigue might decide the winner. It was during a brief pause in play, as Madame Hooch's whistle signaled a foul against Ravenclaw, that Harry suddenly appeared beside you, water streaming from his hair and robes. "We need to end this soon," he said without preamble, his voice barely audible over the storm. "We're running on empty." You nodded, too breathless to speak. The brief rest as Ginny prepared to take the penalty shot was a welcome respite, but you knew it wouldn't be enough to restore your depleted energy. "I've got an idea," Harry continued, his eyes bright despite his exhaustion. "But I'll need everyone's help, especially yours." As Ginny's penalty shot soared through the center hoop, bringing the score to 70-70, Harry quickly outlined his plan. It was audacious, risky, but also brilliant in its simplicity. With a nod of understanding, you flew off to relay the message to the rest of the team, even as play resumed. The next few minutes were a carefully orchestrated dance, conducted amidst the chaos of the storm. On the surface, the game continued as before, Ravenclaw attacking, Gryffindor defending, neither team able to establish a clear advantage. But beneath this visible layer, another pattern was forming, one that only those who had been briefed on Harry's plan could discern. The Gryffindor beaters began to position themselves in specific locations rather than simply responding to the bludgers as they appeared. Ron shifted his defensive posture at the goal hoops, leaving certain angles seemingly unprotected, and you and the other chasers altered your flight paths in subtle ways, creating patterns within patterns, visible only to those who knew what to look for. It was a gamble, deliberately creating weaknesses in your defense in the hope that Ravenclaw would respond exactly as Harry predicted. If they didn't, if they chose a different approach, Gryffindor would be left vulnerable and likely concede more goals. For agonizing minutes, the plan seemed to be failing. Ravenclaw scored twice more, bringing the score to 90-70 in their favor. Doubt began to creep in, the cold fingers of uncertainty clutching at your heart as you wondered if you'd miscalculated. And then, just as Harry had predicted, it happened. Roger Davies, the Ravenclaw captain, spotted the apparent gap in the Gryffindor defense and signaled to his team. Like clockwork, the Ravenclaw chasers repositioned themselves, their beaters shifted focus, and most importantly, Cho changed her search pattern for the snitch, moving to a specific quadrant of the pitch that had been subtly indicated as most promising. It was all an illusion, a complex deception worthy of the marauders themselves, and Ravenclaw had fallen for it completely. In that instant, the true plan sprang into action. Ron abandoned his post at the goal hoops, streaking across the pitch in a move that drew gasps from the crowd. At the same time, the Gryffindor beaters, who had been positioned precisely for this moment, simultaneously struck both bludgers toward a specific point in space, not where any player currently was, but where one would be in exactly 3 seconds. You and Ginny, meanwhile, executed a perfect reverse sloth grip roll, swinging under your brooms and using the momentum to slingshot forward at nearly twice your previous speed. The maneuver, practiced countless times during those midnight sessions, placed you directly in the path of the Ravenclaw chaser, who currently possessed the quaffle. Startled by your sudden appearance, they hesitated just long enough for you to knock the ball free. It tumbled through the rain-soaked air, seemingly at random, but fell exactly where Katie Bell was positioned to catch it. From there, events unfolded with a precision that belied the chaotic conditions. Katie threw the quaffle not toward the Ravenclaw goals, but high into the air above the center of the pitch. Ginny, continuing her arc from the sloth grip roll, intercepted it and immediately passed it to you. You caught it one-handed, tucking it securely against your body as you drove your broom forward with every ounce of strength you had left. The Ravenclaw defense, caught out of position by the unexpected sequence of plays, scrambled to intercept you, but they were too late and too dispersed to form an effective barrier. In your peripheral vision, you were vaguely aware of Ron, who had abandoned his keeper position entirely, charging toward the Ravenclaw goals from an unexpected angle. His absence had left the Gryffindor hoops completely undefended, a fact that hadn't escaped the notice of the Ravenclaw chaser, who had recovered the quaffle after Davies dropped it in surprise. It was a desperate gamble, essentially conceding a goal to Ravenclaw in the hope of scoring one of your own. If it failed, if your timing was off by even a fraction of a second, the match might well be lost. But as you approached the Ravenclaw goal hoops, everything came together with a harmony that felt almost magical. The Ravenclaw keeper, distracted by Ron's unexpected approach from the right, was fractionally slow to respond to your charge from the left. In that brief window of opportunity, you hurled the quaffle with every bit of strength you could muster. It soared through the center hoop just as the keeper's fingers brushed it, not enough to deflect its path. The crowd erupted, the scoreboard magically updating to read 90, 80, still in Ravenclaw's favor, but now within a single goal. At the same moment, a flash of movement high above caught your eye. Harry, who had been hovering unobtrusively while the complex play unfolded, suddenly dived, his firebolt cutting through the rain like a knife. Cho, belatedly realizing she'd been duped into searching the wrong area, wheeled her broom around and gave chase, but she was too far away, and Harry's firebolt too fast for her to have any real chance of catching up. The crowd, already on its feet from your goal, now held its collective breath as Harry streaked toward what only he could see, a tiny golden flicker amidst the curtains of rain. His hand stretched out, reaching, straining. A massive crack of thunder directly overhead momentarily drowned out all other sound, the accompanying lightning flash so bright it left purple after-images floating in your vision. In that split second of illumination, you saw Harry's fingers close around something. his expression transfigured with triumph. When your vision cleared, Harry was pulling out of his dive, his fist raised high above his head, something golden struggling to escape his grasp. The referee's whistle pierced the air, barely audible over the storm and the now deafening roar of the crowd. Madam Hoot's amplified voice confirmed what everyone already knew. Harry Potter has caught the snitch. Gryffindor wins 230 to 90. The stadium erupted. Even in the pouring rain, students leapt from their seats, cheering and embracing each other. The Gryffindor section was a sea of red and gold, banners waving wildly despite being soaked through, magical fireworks exploding in defiance of the downpour. You found yourself surrounded by your teammates, all of you descending to the muddy pitch in a chaotic, joyful mass. Ron reached Harry first, nearly knocking him off his broom with an enthusiastic hug. Ginny was right behind, her face radiant despite the rain streaming down it. One by one, the entire team converged, a tangle of scarlet robes and beaming faces, everyone talking at once, reliving the final moments of the match. The Ravenclaw team landed a short distance away, their disappointment evident, but dignity intact. Roger Davies approached Harry, extending his hand in a gesture of sportsmanship. "Well played," he said, his voice carrying just far enough for you to hear. That was something else." Harry shook his hand with a smile. "You gave us a run for our money. Best match I've played at Hogwarts." As the initial euphoria began to subside, you became aware once more of the rain, still pouring down with undiminished force. Yet somehow, it no longer felt cold or uncomfortable. Instead, there was a cleansing quality to it, washing away the exhaustion and strain of the match, leaving only the pure, crystalline joy of victory. Professor McGonagall appeared on the pitch, her hat drooping slightly from the weight of water, but her eyes bright with pride. In her arms she carried the Quidditch cup, its silver surface gleaming despite the gloomy light. "Congratulations," she said, her voice carrying that rare warmth she reserved for moments of true Gryffindor triumph. "A most extraordinary performance." She handed the cup to Harry, who immediately passed it to Ron, allowing the keeper who had sacrificed his position in that final, crucial play to be the first to hoist the trophy. The cup was passed from player to player, each taking a moment to lift it high before sharing it with a teammate. When it came to you, you were surprised by its weight, both physical and symbolic. This wasn't just metal and magic. It represented every early morning practice, every bruise and strain, every moment of doubt overcome through trust in yourself and your team. As you handed the cup to Ginny, the storm that had turned the match into such a grueling test began to ease. The rain lightened, the wind died down, and patches of blue appeared between the clouds. Sunlight broke through, catching the droplets still falling and transforming them into a million tiny prisms, scattering rainbows across the pitch. It was as if the weather, having pushed you all to your limits, was now joining in the celebration. Several of your teammates tilted their faces up to the emerging sun, eyes closed, expressions peaceful after the intensity of the past hours. The walk back to the castle was a jubilant procession, with students from all houses, even a few Slytherins, though they tried to be subtle about it, offering congratulations. The Quidditch cup passed from hand to hand among the team, caught the strengthening sunlight, and cast dancing reflections on the walls of the entrance hall. In the Gryffindor common room, a party was already underway by the time you arrived, dripping wet but triumphant. Someone had clearly made a trip to the kitchens as tables groaned under the weight of food and drink. Magical banners hung from the ceiling, depicting moments from the match. Your goal, Ron's daring flight, And of course, Harry's capture of the snitch. How did they create these so quickly? You wondered aloud as you gazed up at the animated tapestries. Magical photography and a lot of enthusiasm, Hermione explained, appearing at your side with a mug of hot butterbeer. Here you must be frozen. Remarkable match, by the way. I've never seen anything like that final play. You accepted the drink gratefully, the warmth seeping into your still cold fingers. It was all Harry's idea, you admitted. I just did my part. That's what makes a team, isn't it? She said with a smile. Everyone doing their part, trusting each other to do the same. As the celebration continued around you, you found a moment to sit by the fire, letting its heat drive the last of the chill from your bones. Harry dropped into the chair beside you, his hair finally beginning to dry into its usual unruly state. That was brilliant flying today, he said quietly, his voice nearly lost in the surrounding noise. That goal. I couldn't have asked for better timing. You smiled, remembering the perfect sequence of passes, the feel of the quaffle leaving your fingers, the knowledge even before it went through that your aim was true. It was a team effort. Your plan was inspired. It only worked because everyone executed their parts perfectly, Harry pointed out. That kind of trust, it's rare. You nodded, understanding what he meant. In that final, desperate gambit, every member of the team had to believe not only in themselves, but in each other. One hesitation, one moment of doubt, and the entire sequence would have fallen apart. Do you think... Harry began, then paused, choosing his words carefully. Do you think it was just us out there? Or was there something else at work? You knew immediately what he was asking. The memory of that midnight practice, of stars that danced and responded to your flight, was still vivid in your mind. Had there been a touch of that same magic in today's storm? In the way it seemed to challenge and test you, even as it ultimately revealed the path to victory? I think, you said slowly, that Hogwarts has its own kind of magic, different from what we learn in classrooms, more alive somehow. You gestured around at the common room, at the ancient stones of the castle that had stood for 1,000 years, witnessing countless triumphs and defeats. And I think sometimes, when it matters most, that magic finds ways to help us discover what we're capable of. Harry considered this, then nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. That's a nice thought. He raised his butterbeer in a toast. To Hogwarts, then, and to finding out what we're capable of. You clinked your mug against his. To Hogwarts. As the evening wore on and the celebration showed no signs of abating, you found yourself drawn to the window, gazing out at the now clear night sky. Stars twinkled against the velvet backdrop, ordinary and extraordinary all at once. Somewhere out there was the same magic that had danced with you that night on the Quidditch pitch, that had perhaps been present in the storm today, challenging and guiding you toward the best in yourselves. You smiled at the thought, comfortable with the mystery of it. Some kinds of magic didn't need to be explained or categorized. They simply needed to be experienced, to be felt in the heart rather than understood by the mind. Turning back to the celebration, to your friends and teammates gathered in the warm glow of victory, you carried that understanding with you, a private knowledge that the most powerful magic of all wasn't found in spells or potions, but in the connections between people who trusted each other enough to fly blind through a storm, believing that together they could achieve the impossible. The next morning dawned clear and bright, as if the previous day's storm had cleansed the world and left it sparkling. Sunlight streamed through the windows of Gryffindor Tower, gently rousing you from sleep that had come late but deep after the prolonged celebrations. Despite the minimal rest, you felt refreshed, energized in a way that went beyond physical recovery. Victory was sweet, but there was something even more satisfying about knowing you had faced a true challenge and overcome it not through luck or individual brilliance, but through the collective strength of a team that believed in each other. The Great Hall was still buzzing with excitement at breakfast, the Quidditch cup displayed prominently at the head table where all could admire it. Professor McGonagall, usually so reserved, couldn't quite hide her satisfaction as she gazed upon the silver trophy that would reside in her office for the coming year. As you took your seat at the Gryffindor table, you were greeted with cheers and backslaps from your housemates. The team, arriving in ones and twos, received similar welcomes. Ron's ears were pink with pleasure as a group of first years asked him to recount his part in the final play. It was Harry's plan, really, he explained, though his chest puffed out slightly with pride. But when he explained it, I knew exactly what he needed me to do. Sometimes in Quidditch, you have to risk something big to gain something bigger, you know. The young students nodded eagerly, hanging on his every word. You caught Harry's eye across the table, sharing a smile at Ron's newfound confidence. It was well deserved. His willingness to abandon his post at a crucial moment, trusting that the gamble would pay off, had been essential to your victory. I still can't believe that storm, Ginny said, sliding onto the bench beside you. I've played in bad weather before, but that was something else entirely. You nodded, buttering a piece of toast as you considered. It was almost like it was testing us, Harry finished for you, having caught the tail end of your conversation, pushing us to see what we do when our usual tactics weren't enough. The three of you exchanged glances, each remembering the midnight practice and the strange magic you had witnessed there. None of you said it aloud. Some experiences were too personal, too special to put into words, where others might hear, but the understanding passed between you nonetheless. As breakfast concluded and students began to disperse for their morning classes or weekend activities, Hermione approached your group, a large, ancient-looking book clutched in her arms. I've been doing some research, she announced without preamble, setting the tome down with a thud that made the dishes jump. About the castle and unusual magical manifestations, and I found something interesting. Harry raised an eyebrow. When don't you find something interesting in your research, Hermione? She ignored his teasing, flipping open the book to a page marked with a ribbon. Here, she said, pointing to a passage of faded text. It's from an account written nearly 400 years ago by a student named Elizabeth Hawthorne. Listen to this. Last night, while practicing my flying after hours, I know, but the Quidditch final approaches and one must be prepared. The strangest thing occurred. The very stars seemed to take notice of me, following my path through the night sky like a trail of luminous breadcrumbs. Your breath caught as Hermione continued reading the account, which described in vivid detail an experience remarkably similar to your own midnight flight. Elizabeth had been alone rather than with a group, but the responsive stars, the sense of the castle's magic reaching out to her, were unmistakably familiar. And though I have told no one of this, fearing they would think me fanciful or perhaps touched by too much moonlight, Hermione read, I carry the memory with me as a private treasure, a reminder that magic has depths we have only begun to fathom. As Hermione closed the book, a thoughtful silence fell over your small group. It was one thing to experience such magic yourselves. It was quite another to discover that others, centuries ago, had shared that same connection with Hogwarts. So it's not just us, Ginny said quietly. It's happened before. Many times, I think, Hermione replied, but it's rarely recorded. Elizabeth only wrote about it in her private journal, which was donated to the library after her death. Most accounts are probably similar, personal experiences that people keep to themselves, either because they doubt others would believe them, or because they feel too special to share widely. Or maybe, Harry suggested, his green eyes thoughtful, the magic itself encourages that privacy, like it's meant to be something personal between Hogwarts and those who are open to experiencing it. You nodded, finding that explanation resonated with your own feelings. The magical moments you had shared felt intimate, almost sacred, not secrets kept out of fear or doubt, but treasures held close because of their very preciousness. What I wonder, Ron said, speaking up for the first time since Hermione's arrival, is why now? Why us? I mean, hundreds of students have played Quidditch here over the years. What made our midnight practice special? It was a good question, one that you had pondered yourself. What was it about your particular group, or that specific night, that had opened the door to such extraordinary magic? Maybe it's not about being special, you suggested after a moment's thought. Maybe it's just about being receptive, about approaching flying not just as a means to an end, but as something joyful in itself. You remembered the pure exhilaration of that midnight flight, the way you had all flown for the simple pleasure of it, rather than in pursuit of any goal or victory. Hermione nodded slowly. That makes sense. The founders built so much magic into Hogwarts, layers upon layers of enchantments, some of which even they might not have fully understood. Maybe certain combinations of circumstances can access different layers. Like a key turning in a lock, Ginny murmured. Or a password opening a hidden passage, Ron added. Harry smiled, his eyes distant as if remembering. Either way, I'm glad it happened. To all of us, there was a murmur of agreement. Whatever the explanation, the experiences you had shared, both during that midnight practice and in yesterday's storm-tossed match, had changed something within each of you. You had glimpsed a deeper layer of magic, one that existed in the spaces between spells and potions, in the connections between people and places. As you gathered your things and prepared to leave the Great Hall, you found yourself looking around with new awareness at the ancient stones of the castle, at the enchanted ceiling that reflected the clear blue sky outside, at the hundreds of students going about their day oblivious to the mysteries surrounding them. How many other secrets did Hogwarts hold? How many other forms of magic waited to be discovered by those with open hearts and receptive minds? The answers to those questions would unfold in their own time. For now, it was enough to carry the knowledge with you like a warm coal in your chest, the understanding that magic was vaster and more wonderful than any textbook could describe, and that sometimes the greatest discoveries came not from seeking, but from simply being present and aware in the moment. As the days passed and the end of the school year approached, life at Hogwarts returned to its usual rhythms. Classes continued, with professors pressing harder than ever as exams loomed. The victory in the Quidditch final became one more bright memory in a tapestry of experiences that made up your time at the castle. Yet something had shifted subtly in your perception of the place. You found yourself noticing details that had previously escaped your attention. The way certain corridors seemed to shorten when you were running late to class. How the fires in the common room always burned brightest when someone was feeling particularly homesick or sad. The curious fact that the moving staircases rarely misled first years, as if recognizing their need for consistency in an otherwise overwhelming new world. Had these things always been happening, unnoticed amidst the more obvious magics of Hogwarts? Or was your awareness of them new, a gift from your experiences on the Quidditch pitch? It was impossible to say for certain, and in the end, it didn't really matter. What mattered was the deeper appreciation you now carried for the living magic of the castle, for the ways it interacted with and responded to those who dwelled within its walls. One evening, not long before the end of term, you found yourself once again drawn to the Quidditch pitch. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the field where you had experienced both the ethereal wonder of dancing stars and the grueling challenge of victory snatched from the storm. As you stood there, breathing in the scent of grass and remembering, you heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning, you saw Harry, Ron, Ginny, and Hermione making their way across the field toward you. "Thought we might find you here," Harry said with a smile as they reached. "Just wanted to visit once more before we leave for the summer," you explained, though you suspected they understood your motivation perfectly. Hermione gazed up at the goal hoops, gilded by the setting sun. "It's remarkable, isn't it, how a place can come to mean so much?" "It's not just the place," Ron pointed out. "It's what happened here. What we did together." Ginny nodded, her red hair catching fire in the golden light. "The storm, the stars, they're part of it now, part of us." As twilight deepened around you, the five of you remained on the pitch, sharing memories not just of Quidditch but of all your adventures at Hogwarts. The challenges faced and overcome, the friendships forged in both triumph and adversity, the magic learned and discovered in expected and unexpected places. The first stars were appearing in the darkening sky when you finally turned to head back to the castle. They were ordinary stars tonight, distant and unchanging, yet beautiful in their constancy. You didn't need them to dance for you again. The memory of that night was vivid enough, a touchstone you could return to whenever you needed a reminder of the deeper magic that connected you to this place and to each other. As you walked, Hogwarts rose before you, its windows beginning to glow with welcoming light. It looked as it always had, ancient, powerful, mysterious. Yet now you saw it with new eyes, aware of the living heart that beat within its stone walls, the responsive magic that had reached out to challenge and guide you when you needed it most. "You know," Harry said quietly as you approached the castle, "I've always thought of Hogwarts as home. But now I understand why, in a way I didn't before. It's not just a place that shelters us. It's alive in its own way, growing and changing with each generation that passes through." "And remembering," Hermione added. "Elizabeth's experience hundreds of years ago, ours now, they're all part of what Hogwarts is, threads in a tapestry that's still being woven." You smiled at the thought, finding comfort in the idea of your experiences, both ordinary and extraordinary, becoming part of the castle's long memory, perhaps to be discovered someday by future students who, like you, found themselves flying at midnight or battling through a storm, open to the deeper magic that Hogwarts had to offer. As you passed through the great doors and into the entrance hall, you glanced back once more at the darkened grounds, at the Quidditch pitch now lost in shadow. The summer would pass quickly, as summers always did, and soon enough you would return to these familiar stones, to the magic both taught and discovered, to the place that had become not just a school, but a second home. And who knew what new wonders awaited in the year to come? What challenges would test you, what moments of unexpected beauty might reveal themselves to those who were open to seeing them? The possibilities were as vast as the star-strewn sky above, as rich and varied as the magic that flowed through the very foundations of Hogwarts itself. For now, though, it was enough to carry the memories of stars that danced and storms that challenged, of victory snatched from seeming defeat, and most importantly, of the bonds forged through shared experience. Bonds that, like the deepest magic, transcended simple explanation, but were no less real for their mystery. As you climbed the marble staircase with your friends, heading toward the warm familiarity of the Gryffindor common room, you felt a sense of contentment settle over you. Whatever the future held, whatever new forms of magic you might discover in the days and years ahead, you would face them together, strengthened by the knowledge that sometimes the most extraordinary magic of all was found not in spells or potions, but in the connections between people who trusted each other enough to fly through a storm, believing that together they could achieve the impossible. The days following the championship match seemed to blur together in a haze of celebration, exam preparation, and the bittersweet knowledge that another school year was drawing to a close. For Ron Weasley, these feelings were particularly complex. Pride in his role during the final victory, anxiety about upcoming tests, and a nagging uncertainty about his future that not even Quidditch glory could entirely dispel. It was this tangle of emotions that led him to the Quidditch pitch late one evening, seeking solitude and the simple comfort of flight. The sun was setting as he made his way across the grounds, casting long shadows across the grass, still bearing faint, muddy traces of that dramatic rainy match. A light mist had begun to form, hovering just above the ground and softening the edges of the world. Ron breathed deeply, savoring the earthy scents of spring, damp soil, fresh grass, and the distant sweet fragrance of flowers from Professor Sprout's gardens. The air felt good in his lungs, cool and clean, helping to clear his mind of the day's accumulated worries. The pitch was deserted when he arrived, just as he'd hoped. Even the most dedicated players were now focused on exams, and team practices had officially ended for the year. This was precisely what Ron wanted, a chance to fly without expectations or an audience, just him and the sky. He made his way toward the equipment shed, a small wooden structure nestled against the base of the Gryffindor stands. Inside, the familiar smells of polished wood, leather, and the faint metallic tang of bludgers greeted him. Lanterns flickered to life as he entered, responding to his presence with a warm golden glow that illuminated rows of school brooms, quaffles in various states of wear, and the heavy iron chest that contained the game ball. Ron reached for his usual practice broom, but something caught his eye. A narrow door at the back of the shed that he couldn't recall noticing before. It was small, little more than a cupboard really, with an old brass handle tarnished with age. Curious, he set down his broom and crossed to the door. When he tried the handle, it turned easily despite its apparent age, revealing a tiny alcove thick with dust and cobwebs. The space was mostly empty, except for a long, narrow object propped against the far wall, wrapped in what appeared to be velvet that might once have been crimson, but had faded to a dusty rose. "What's this, then?" Ron murmured to himself, carefully lifting the mysterious object. It was lightweight but solid and about the right size and shape. He unwrapped it slowly, the ancient velvet crackling slightly with the movement. As the fabric fell away, Ron's breath caught in his throat. It was a broomstick, but unlike any he had seen before. The handle was made of a dark, polished wood that seemed to absorb the lantern light rather than reflect it. Intricate runes were carved along its length, their meaning unknown to him but somehow suggesting speed and wind and limitless sky. The twigs that formed the tail were perfectly aligned, not a single one bent or broken, despite what must have been years, perhaps decades of disuse. "Blimey," Ron whispered, turning the broom in his hands with something approaching reverence. As he examined it, he noticed a small metal plate affixed to the handle near the top. Tarnished with age, the engraving was difficult to make out in the dim light. Ron moved closer to one of the lanterns, tilting the plate to catch the light. "Property of H. Potter," he read aloud, his brow furrowing in confusion. Had Harry somehow lost a broom that Ron had never seen before? But no, the plate looked far too old, and this design was nothing like Harry's Firebolt or his old Nimbus 2000. Understanding dawned slowly. H. Potter. Henry Potter? Harry's grandfather? Ron knew little of Harry's family history. His friend rarely spoke of relatives beyond his dreadful aunt and uncle, but he recalled Hermione mentioning once that the Potter family had a long wizarding lineage. Or maybe even earlier, Ron mused, his fingers tracing the mysterious runes. For all he knew, this broom could be centuries old, passed down through generations of Potters before somehow ending up forgotten in this dusty cupboard. Part of him knew he should probably put it back, perhaps mention it to Harry later, but another part, the part that had always been drawn to adventure despite his cautious nature, was already wondering what it would be like to fly such an ancient and clearly magical artifact. Just a quick test, he told himself, tucking the broom under his arm and heading back out to the pitch. The mist had thickened during his time in the shed, curling around the goal hoops and softening the sharp lines of the stands. Twilight had deepened to near darkness, with only a faint purplish glow on the western horizon to suggest that day had not fully surrendered to night. A few early stars had appeared, twinkling faintly through gaps in the gathering fog. It was, Ron had to admit, a rather eerie atmosphere, perhaps not ideal for testing an unknown broom of mysterious origin, but the very strangeness of the moment seemed to fit the broom itself, ancient, enigmatic, waiting to reveal its secrets. He positioned himself in the center of the pitch, the damp grass soaking the hem of his robes as he straddled the old broom. For a moment, nothing happened. The wood felt cool beneath his hands, lifeless. Had age finally claimed whatever magic once animated it? Then, so subtly he almost missed it, the broom began to vibrate. It was the gentlest of sensations at first, like the purring of a contented cat, but it grew steadily stronger, the wood warming beneath his palms, until Ron could feel the magic humming through the entire length of the broom, resonating with something deep within himself. Without conscious decision, he kicked off from the ground. The broom rose smoothly, far more responsive than the school brooms he was accustomed to when not using his own clean sweep. It hovered for a moment, as if getting the feel of him, then began to ascend with a grace that stole his breath. The mist enveloped him as he rose, cool droplets clinging to his hair and eyelashes. It should have obscured his vision, yet somehow he could see perfectly. Not just the pitch below or the dark outline of the forbidden forest in the distance, but the very air itself seemed to shimmer with possibilities. The broom continued to climb, carrying him higher than he had intended, yet Ron felt no fear. There was something profoundly right about this flight, as if he were following a path laid out long ago, waiting specifically for this moment. As he cleared the top layer of mist, the stars came into full view, impossibly bright and seemingly close enough to touch. The moon, nearly full, cast a silver glow over the swirling fog below, transforming it into a magical sea upon which Hogwarts Castle appeared to float, its towers rising like islands of stone and light. "Beautiful," Ron breathed, the word forming a small cloud in the cool night air. In response, the broom gave a gentle pulse beneath him, as if pleased by his appreciation. Then, without warning, it changed direction, no longer ascending but moving forward in a smooth, purposeful glide. Ron made no attempt to redirect it. His instincts told him that this was part of whatever magic had awakened in the ancient broomstick. It had a destination in mind, a purpose to fulfill, and he was meant to be part of it. They flew in a wide arc around the castle, the broom maintaining a steady pace that allowed Ron to appreciate the breathtaking view. Hogwarts at night had always been beautiful, with its countless windows glowing with warm light, but seen from this height, enveloped in mist and moonlight, it was truly enchanted. A place removed from time, existing in a realm where magic was not just practiced, but woven into the very fabric of reality. As they completed their circuit of the castle, the broom began to descend, heading back toward the Quidditch pitch. But instead of returning to where Ron had started, it carried him to a specific point above the center of the field, then hovered in place, the humming sensation intensifying beneath his hands. Ron waited, uncertain what was expected of him, but feeling that something significant was about to happen. The mist below had grown thicker, swirling in complex patterns that seemed almost deliberate, as if shaped by invisible hands. Then he saw it, a figure emerging from the fog, mounted on a broomstick and flying with extraordinary grace. At first the silhouette was indistinct, a darker shadow against the pearly mist, but as it ascended toward him, features began to resolve. A young man, perhaps a few years older than Ron, wearing what appeared to be Quidditch robes of an old-fashioned cut. His face was handsome, with an easy confidence in his posture that reminded Ron somewhat of Harry on a broom. The stranger pulled up alongside Ron, close enough that they might have spoken, yet Ron instinctively knew that this was not a figure of flesh and blood. There was a translucent quality to him, not quite like the Hogwarts ghosts, but as if he existed in a reality adjacent to Ron's own, visible but not fully present. The young man gave Ron a friendly nod, then gestured toward the pitch below. Following his gaze, Ron saw that more figures had appeared from the mist, an entire Quidditch team flying in formation with the precision that came from countless hours of practice together. They wore robes of scarlet and gold, marking them as Gryffindors, though the style was notably different from the current uniform. A second team joined them, dressed in blue and bronze. Ravenclaw and a practice match commenced. Ron watched, mesmerized, as these players from another time executed maneuvers both familiar and novel. Their flying was extraordinary, displaying techniques that must have been developed and refined over generations, some perhaps forgotten in the modern era. The young man who had first appeared gestured again, more insistently this time, then flew down to join the match. After a moment's hesitation, Ron followed, the ancient broomstick responding to his slightest movement with incredible sensitivity. As he descended into the mist, the world around him seemed to shift. The modern pitch, with its high stands and polished goal hoops, faded, replaced by a simpler version, wooden posts, rougher ground, and stands that were little more than elevated benches. It was Hogwarts still, unmistakably so, but Hogwarts of a different era. The Phantom players took no direct notice of Ron as he joined their practice, yet there was an awareness of his presence, a subtle adjustment of their flight paths to include him in their patterns. He found himself instinctively responding to their cues, falling into the rhythm of their game as if he had been playing with them for years. It was during a complex passing sequence that Ron realized what was happening. The broom was not merely showing him visions of the past, it was teaching him. Each formation, each technique demonstrated by these long-ago players contained lessons in balance, control, and teamwork that went beyond anything Ron had learned in his years of playing Quidditch. The young man who had first appeared flew close again, this time clearly in the role of keeper. Ron watched carefully as he demonstrated a one-handed save that allowed him to remain balanced on his broom while extending far to the side, a technique Ron had struggled to master. Without conscious thought, Ron found himself mirroring the movement, his body understanding what his mind had missed in previous attempts. The ancient broom seemed to anticipate his intentions, positioning itself perfectly to maintain stability, while Ron stretched to block an imaginary quaffle. "I've got it," he said aloud, grinning at the phantom keeper, who, to Ron's surprise, grinned back before diving into another demonstration. For what might have been minutes or hours, time seemed fluid in this misty realm. Ron flew with the ghostly teams, absorbing their knowledge through observation and practice. They showed him chaser formations, beta strategies, and keeper techniques that seemed both innovative and timeless. As the practice continued, more teams appeared from different eras, each with their own style and specialities. Ron saw the evolution of Quidditch tactics across generations, the refinement of equipment, the adaptation to changing rules. It was a comprehensive education, delivered not through lectures or textbooks, but through the universal language of flight. Eventually, the original young man, who Ron had come to think of as the broom's previous owner, perhaps the H. Potter engraved on the handle, gestured for Ron to follow him away from the ongoing games. They ascended above the mist once more, the phantom teams continuing their eternal practice below. Here, in the clear air beneath the stars, the young man's form became more distinct. Ron could now see that he bore a striking resemblance to Harry. The same untidy black hair, similar facial structure, though his eyes were brown rather than green. This, Ron felt certain, was indeed one of Harry's ancestors, perhaps his grandfather or great-grandfather. The phantom player pointed toward the broom in Ron's hands, then to himself, and finally to Ron, making a gesture that seemed to indicate passing or giving. "You're giving me the broom?" Ron asked, uncertain if he could be heard or understood. The figure shook his head, then repeated the sequence of gestures with more emphasis on the final motion toward Ron. Understanding dawned slowly. "You want me to give it to Harry. It's his family's broom, his legacy." This time, the young man nodded, smiling with what looked like approval and relief. Then he pointed to Ron, made a flying motion with his hand, and again gestured to Harry. "And you want me to teach him what you've shown me tonight," Ron interpreted. "The techniques, the history." Another nod, more emphatic this time. Ron considered this for a moment. But why me? Why not show Harry directly? The figure tilted his head, considering, then pointed to Ron's chest, over his heart, and made a sweeping gesture that encompassed the entire Quidditch pitch below. The meaning wasn't immediately clear, but as Ron thought about it, he began to understand. "Because I needed it too? The confidence, the knowledge?" He paused, pieces falling into place. "And because I'm his friend? Because sharing this with him, that's part of the magic too, isn't it? The connection between us." The phantom's smile widened, and he extended his hand. After the briefest hesitation, Ron reached out to shake it. Though he had expected his hand to pass through the ghostly form, there was a moment of contact, not physical exactly, but a definite sense of connection, of understanding passed from one Quidditch player to another across the years. With a final nod, the figure began to fade, becoming one with the mist that still swirled below. The other players had already vanished, the magical practice match concluded. Ron found himself alone beneath the stars, the ancient broomstick warm and alive in his hands, humming with secrets now shared. As if sensing that its purpose had been fulfilled, the broom began to descend gently, carrying Ron back to the solid ground of the present-day Quidditch pitch. The mist was already thinning as his feet touched down on the damp grass, the first hints of dawn lightening the eastern sky. Ron stood for a moment, the ancient broom held reverently in his hands, trying to fix every detail of the night's experience in his memory. He knew that in the light of day it might begin to seem dreamlike, its edges softening until he questioned whether it had happened at all. But the weight of the broom was real, its magic still humming faintly against his palms, and the knowledge he had gained felt solid within him. With careful hands, he rewrapped the broom in its velvet covering, each movement deliberate and respectful. He would return it to the shed for now, but not to the forgotten cupboard where it had lain neglected for who knew how long. Instead, he would find a proper place for it, and when the time was right, he would share both the broom and its lessons with Harry. As he walked back toward the equipment shed, the rising sun began to burn away the last of the mist, painting the world in the clear, definite colors of a new day. Yet Ron carried with him the memory of that in-between time, not quite night, not quite dawn, when the boundaries between past and present had thinned, and the magic of Quidditch had revealed itself to be far more than just a game. The journey back to the castle was a contemplative one, each step taking Ron further from the enchanted experience, yet somehow also deepening his connection to it. The dew-damp grass soaked the hem of his robes, and the early morning air held a crispness that cleared his mind, helping him to organize the flood of impressions and knowledge from his extraordinary flight. By the time he reached the entrance hall, students were beginning to emerge for breakfast, shuffling sleepily toward the great hall with books tucked under their arms or engaged in quiet conversations about the upcoming day's lessons. Ron joined the flow, sliding onto the bench at the Gryffindor table beside Harry and across from Hermione, who was already immersed in a massive tome propped against a juice pitcher. "You're up early," Harry commented, pausing and buttering his toast to give Ron a curious look. "Everything all right?" "Yeah," Ron said, reaching for the porridge. "Just wanted to get some flying in before everyone else woke up." "In this weather?" Hermione looked up from her book, glancing toward the enchanted ceiling which reflected the now clear sky outside. "It was terribly foggy earlier. I could barely see the lake from the common room window." Ron shrugged, hiding a smile. "Cleared up while I was out there." Harry seemed about to question this further, but was distracted by the arrival of the morning post, a parliament of owls swooping in through the high windows to deliver packages and letters to their recipients. Ron used the moment to compose himself, still sorting through what parts of his experience he wanted to share and when. The day passed in a blur of classes and revision. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were increasing the difficulty of their assignments as exams approached, and even Hagrid had them researching the complex dietary needs of fire crabs for care of magical creatures. By dinner time, Ron was so exhausted that the events of the early morning had taken on a dreamlike quality, as if they might have been conjured by his imagination rather than experienced in reality. It was only when he returned to his dormitory that night and spotted his mud-stained shoes from the Quidditch pitch that the vivid truth of it all came rushing back. He sat on the edge of his bed, staring at those shoes, and remembering the ancient broom, the phantom players, the lessons passed down through generations of Quidditch enthusiasts. "What's got you looking so serious?" Harry asked, entering the dormitory and hanging his robes in his wardrobe. Ron hesitated, then made a decision. "I found something last night. Something I think belongs to you, technically." Harry raised an eyebrow, curious. "To me? Well, to your family at least." Ron stood, oddly nervous. "It's down at the Quidditch pitch. I could show you now, if you want, before curfew." Harry studied him for a moment, clearly intrigued by Ron's unusual behavior. "All right then, lead the way." The evening was clear and mild as they made their way across the grounds. the sky painted in deepening shades of purple and indigo as twilight settled over the landscape. No mist rose from the grass tonight, no sense of otherworldly magic waiting to be discovered. Yet Ron felt a certainty that what was about to happen was right and necessary, a continuation of the experience he had been granted. The equipment shed was exactly as Ron had left it that morning, the ancient broom now carefully positioned in a corner where it would be safe yet accessible, still wrapped in its faded velvet covering. "It was in a cupboard I'd never noticed before," Ron explained as he led Harry inside, lighting the lanterns with a wave of his wand. "Hidden away, like it was waiting for the right moment to be found." He lifted the wrapped broom with the same reverence he had felt the night before, handling it as the precious artifact it was. I think it's been waiting for you, Harry." Slowly, he unwound the velvet, revealing the dark polished wood with its mysterious runes and perfectly aligned twigs. The metal plate caught the lantern light, the engraved H. Potter clearly visible despite the tarnish of age. Harry's expression transformed from curiosity to wonder as he took in the sight. "Is that some of your family's brooms?" "Yeah," Ron confirmed, carefully handing it over. "I reckon it might have belonged to your grandfather, or maybe even further back." Harry accepted the broom with careful hands, his fingers tracing the engraved name with a mixture of awe and emotion that made Ron's chest tighten. For Harry, who had so little connection to his family's past, this tangible piece of his heritage clearly meant far more than just an interesting magical artifact. "How did you know it was mine?" Harry asked, his voice slightly hoarse. Ron hesitated, unsure how to explain the magical encounter without sounding as if he'd lost his mind. I tried it out," he admitted. "Just for a bit, and it showed me things about Quidditch, about its history, about your family, I think." Harry looked up sharply, his green eyes intense. "What do you mean it showed you?" Taking a deep breath, Ron told him everything: the midnight flight, the mist that seemed alive with memory, the phantom teams from different eras, and the young man with Harry's features who had seemed so intent on passing on his knowledge. He described the techniques he had learned, the formations he had witnessed, and the clear message that the broom's legacy was meant to continue through Harry. To his relief, Harry didn't look skeptical or concerned for Ron's sanity. Instead, his expression was thoughtful, even wistful, as if he could almost see the scenes Ron was describing. "Do you think," Harry began, then paused, looking down at the broom in his hands. "Do you think it might happen again? That I might see them too?" The hope in his voice was unmistakable, not just for the Quidditch knowledge Ron knew, but for this unexpected connection to his family's past. "I reckon it might," Ron said cautiously. "But maybe not exactly the same way. I got the feeling that what I experienced was, I don't know, tailored somehow, like the broom knew what I needed to see." Harry nodded slowly, his thumb rubbing absently over the engraved plate. "And what do you think I need to see?" It was a profound question, one that Ron wasn't sure he had the wisdom to answer. But he thought about Harry's life, about the losses and challenges he had faced, and about the strength he had shown through it all. "Maybe not what you need to see," Ron said finally, "but what they need to tell you. Your family, I mean. Maybe there are things they want you to know that go beyond Quidditch." A small smile curved Harry's lips, acknowledgement of the deeper truth in Ron's words. "Only one way to find out, isn't there?" They agreed to return the following night, when they could have more time before curfew. As they walked back to the castle, Harry kept the broom close, as if unwilling to be separated from this unexpected link to his past, even for the short time it would take to retrieve it again. The next evening found them back at the Quidditch pitch as the sun was setting, the ancient broom now polished to a soft glow after Harry had spent hours carefully tending to it in the dormitory. The night was clear again, stars beginning to appear in the darkening sky, but there was a quality to the air that reminded Ron of the previous evening, a sense of anticipation, of magic hovering just beyond perception. "How did you start?" Harry asked, the broom held carefully in his hands as they stood at the center of the pitch. "Did you do anything special? Say any words?" Ron shook his head. "I just mounted it and kicked off, like normal. The magic seemed to wake up on its own." Harry nodded, his expression a mixture of nervousness and excitement as he straddled the broom. For a moment, nothing happened, and Ron saw a flicker of disappointment cross his friend's face. Then, slowly, the wood began to vibrate beneath Harry's hands, the magic awakening more quickly than it had for Ron, as if recognizing a rightful heir. With a soft whoosh, the broom rose from the ground, carrying Harry upward with a grace that made his usual excellent flying look almost clumsy by comparison. Ron watched from below as Harry ascended, the last rays of sunset gilding him in golden light. Unlike the previous night, no mist formed to obscure Ron's view, yet he sensed that something was happening beyond his perception. Harry hovered about 50 feet above the pitch, his posture alert, head turning as if following movement, or responding to words that Ron couldn't see or hear. After several minutes, Harry began to fly in patterns that Ron recognized from his own experience, the same formations the Phantom teams had demonstrated, but performed with a natural fluidity that suggested Harry was not merely copying, but truly understanding the principles behind them. Ron watched, transfixed, as his friend executed maneuvers of increasing complexity, sometimes pausing as if receiving instruction before attempting something new. There was a joy in Harry's flight that transcended even his usual obvious pleasure in being airborne. A deeper connection, perhaps, to the legacy he was now actively participating in. When Harry finally descended nearly an hour later, his face was flushed with excitement and his eyes bright with emotion. He dismounted with a fluid grace that spoke of newfound knowledge integrated into muscle memory. "You were right," he said simply, his voice thick with feeling. "They were there, not just my grandfather, several generations, I think. They showed me so much." Ron nodded, understanding completely the difficulty of putting such an experience into words. "Your flying looked brilliant, better than ever, and that's saying something." Harry smiled, but his expression quickly grew more serious. "It wasn't just about Quidditch, though. They showed me other things, too. Family moments, celebrations, everyday life. Things I never got to know about growing up." He paused, swallowing hard. "My dad was there too, Ron, just briefly, but he was there." The magnitude of this hit Ron like a physical force. For Harry, who had lost his parents so young, who had grown up with only cruel relatives and no knowledge of his wizarding heritage, this glimpse of his father must have been precious beyond measure. That's amazing, Harry," he said, inadequate words for such a profound moment. Harry nodded, his gaze distant as if still seeing echoes of the experience. "They wanted me to know that I'm not alone, that even though they're gone, I'm still part of something larger, a family, a legacy that goes beyond just the name or the vault at Gringotts." He looked down at the broom in his hands, then back up at Ron with a smile that held both gratitude and a new serenity. "And they wanted me to know that I've found family here too, that friendship can be just as powerful a magic as blood." Ron felt his ears grow warm, both pleased and embarrassed by the sentiment. "Well, they're right about that, aren't they?" he said, clapping Harry on the shoulder. "Come on, Let's get back before Filch catches us and assigns detention until we're as old as your great-great-grandfather." As they walked back toward the castle, Ron reflected on the strange turns of fate that had led to this moment. If he hadn't sought solitude that misty evening, if he hadn't noticed the hidden cupboard, if he hadn't followed his curiosity and mounted an unknown magical artifact, which, he had to admit, Hermione would have lectured him extensively for doing, if any of these things had been different, Harry might never have received this precious gift of connection with his past. It was a reminder, Ron thought, that sometimes the most powerful magic wasn't found in textbooks or formal lessons, but in the unexpected moments when we follow our instincts and open ourselves to possibilities beyond our understanding. The ancient broom had provided more than just Quidditch techniques or historical knowledge. It had offered something far more valuable, a sense of continuity, of belonging, of being part of a story that extended beyond one's own limited experience. For Harry, this meant connecting with the family he had lost. For Ron, it meant finding renewed confidence in his own abilities and his place in the ongoing narrative of Hogwarts and the Wizarding World. As the castle loomed before them, its windows glowing with warm welcome against the deepening night, Ron knew that they carried something precious back with them. Not just the physical broom with its mysterious runes and ancient magic, but the intangible yet equally real connection it had helped to forge between past and present, between different generations of Quidditch players, and between two friends who had shared an extraordinary experience. The broom's magic might fade in time, its ability to conjure visions of the past diminishing as it found its place in the present, but the knowledge it had imparted, the connections it had strengthened, and the confidence it had inspired would remain, woven into the fabric of their ongoing story at Hogwarts and beyond. And perhaps someday, years or even decades hence, another curious student might discover the broom where Harry would eventually place it, and the cycle would continue, the magic of Quidditch, of friendship, and of Hogwarts itself passing from one generation to the next, a golden thread connecting all who had ever called the castle home. In the days that followed, both Ron and Harry found themselves changed by their experiences with the ancient broom. It wasn't anything dramatic or immediately noticeable to others. They still attended classes, struggled with difficult assignments, and participated in the everyday life of Hogwarts students. But there was a new confidence in Ron's keeping during friendly matches, a deeper understanding of flight dynamics that made him anticipate rather than merely react to incoming quaffles. For Harry, the change was perhaps more profound, though equally subtle. There was a centeredness to him, a sense of peace that came from finally having some connection, however magical and ephemeral, to the family he had lost. The knowledge that generations of Potters had walked the same corridors, flown over the same pitch, and faced their own challenges at Hogwarts gave him a feeling of continuity that had been sorely lacking in his life. Hermione, perceptive as always, noticed the change in both of them. "Something's different," she said one evening as the three of them sat by the fire in the Gryffindor common room. Textbooks open, but largely ignored in favor of quiet conversation. "You two have been, I don't know, calmer somehow. Especially you, Ron." Ron exchanged a glance with Harry, unsure how much of their magical encounter to share. It felt private somehow, sacred, in a way that made him hesitant to discuss it casually. "Just feeling good about how the Quidditch season ended," he said with a shrug that didn't quite convey the nonchalance he was aiming for. Hermione raised an eyebrow, clearly sensing there was more to the story, but she didn't press the issue. "Well, whatever it is, it suits you both." Later, as they were heading up to their dormitory, Harry pulled Ron aside. "We should tell her, you know, about the broom. She'll understand." Ron nodded slowly. Yeah, I reckon you're right. Tomorrow, maybe? After charms? Perfect, Harry agreed. And I was thinking, maybe we could take her to see it, the three of us together. The suggestion felt right to Ron. Their friendship had always been a triad, each bringing different strengths and perspectives that balanced and completed the others. If the broom's magic was partly about connection, about the passing of knowledge and experience from one generation to the next, then sharing it with Hermione was a natural extension of that theme. The following afternoon found the three of them making their way across the grounds toward the Quidditch pitch. Hermione had listened to their story with surprising openness, asking thoughtful questions rather than expressing the skepticism Ron had half expected. It sounds like a form of memory magic, she'd mused. Similar to a pensieve in some ways, but more interactive, more adaptive to the viewer's needs. Now, as they approached the equipment shed where the ancient broom was stored, Hermione's expression was one of scholarly fascination mixed with genuine excitement, a combination that Ron had always found endearing, though he'd rarely admit it. The shed was cool and shadowy compared to the bright spring afternoon outside, the familiar sense of wood, leather, and metal wrapping around them as they entered. Harry led the way to where he'd carefully stored the broom after their last outing, now elevated from its former forgotten status to a place of honor on a specially transfigured stand. "It's beautiful," Hermione breathed as Harry unwrapped the velvet covering, revealing the dark polished wood with its intricate runes. "These markings are fascinating. They look like a variant of early Germanic runes, but with elements of something older, perhaps Celtic." She leaned closer, examining but not touching, her respect for the artifact evident in her careful movements. "And you say it showed you both visions? Of Quidditch through the ages and of Harry's family?" Ron nodded. "It was like it knew exactly what we needed to see. For me, it was about skill and confidence, about understanding Quidditch on a deeper level. For Harry, for me, it was about connection," Harry finished quietly. "About knowing where I come from, who I come from." Hermione straightened, her expression thoughtful. "I wonder what it would show me," she mused. "I'm not exactly a Quidditch enthusiast." "There's only one way to find out," Harry said, carefully lifting the broom from its stand. "If you want to try, that is." Hermione hesitated, a flash of her usual caution surfacing. "Is it safe? I mean, you both had good experiences, but magical artifacts can be unpredictable." "It felt safe," Ron assured her. "Not like, like the diary or anything dark. It felt benevolent, I guess, like it wanted to help." After another moment's consideration, Hermione nodded decisively. "All right then, I'd like to try." Harry handed her the broom with the same careful reverence he and Ron had both come to associate with it. Hermione accepted it gingerly, her fingers tracing the runes with scholarly interest, even as she visibly steeled herself for whatever magical experience might follow. "What do I do?" she asked, looking from Harry to Ron. "Just mount it like any other broom," Ron instructed. "And then, well, then you just let it happen." Hermione followed his directions, though with considerably less grace than either of her friends might have managed. Her discomfort with flying was evident in her stiff posture and white-knuckled grip on the handle. For a moment, nothing happened, and Ron wondered if perhaps the broom's magic was indeed specifically tied to Quidditch enthusiasm or talent. Then, slowly, the familiar vibration began, the wood warming beneath Hermione's hands as the dormant magic awakened. Her eyes widened in surprise, her posture relaxing slightly, as the broom gently lifted her a few inches off the ground. "Oh," she exclaimed softly, "I can feel it. It's like it's thinking. Before Ron or Harry could respond, the broom rose higher, carrying Hermione smoothly through the open door of the shed and out onto the pitch. They followed quickly, emerging into the sunlight to see Hermione hovering about 10 feet up, her expression transforming from nervous concentration to wonder. Unlike their experiences, no mist appeared, no phantom players emerged from the air. Instead, the broom carried Hermione in a slow, gentle circuit of the pitch, never rising too high or moving too quickly. It seemed to sense her discomfort with flight and was accommodating it, offering a different kind of experience than the challenging maneuvers it had shown Ron, or the family connections it had revealed to Harry. As they watched, Hermione's face took on that familiar look of intense concentration she wore when absorbing new information from a particularly fascinating book. Her lips moved occasionally as if in quiet conversation, though no sound reached them below. When she finally descended after about 20 minutes, her expression was thoughtful, almost serene. "What did you see?" Harry asked eagerly as she dismounted, with more grace than she had shown getting on. Hermione handed the broom back to him with careful hands. "Not what I expected," she admitted. "No Quidditch players or maneuvers. Instead, it showed me knowledge." "Knowledge?" Ron repeated, not quite understanding. "The history of magical flight," Hermione elaborated, her eyes bright with intellectual excitement. "Not just broomsticks, but all forms. Flying carpets, thestrals, hippogriffs, even early experiments with levitation charms. It was like having access to a library that doesn't exist anymore, texts that have been lost to time." She paused, struggling to articulate the experience. But it wasn't just facts and figures. It was understanding, the feeling of discovery, the joy of innovation. I could feel what the earliest wizards felt when they first managed sustained flight, the freedom and possibility of it. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, both recognizing that the broom had indeed shown Hermione exactly what she needed. Not technical skills she would rarely use, nor family connections she already had, but the pure intellectual joy that was at the core of her character, contextualized within a magical tradition she had entered later than they had. "That's brilliant," Harry said warmly. "So it really does adapt to each person." "It seems to," Hermione agreed. "I wonder how it works. The magic must be incredibly sophisticated to read a person's needs and desires so accurately, then construct an appropriate experience." As she began to theorize about the possible enchantments involved, Ron found himself smiling. Even in the face of mysterious magic, Hermione remained herself, analytical, curious, seeking to understand rather than simply accept. It was one of the things he admired most about her, though he rarely said so. "Could be a variant of legilimency, though much more subtle," she was saying when Ron tuned back into her explanation. "Or perhaps something closer to the magic of the sorting hat, which can see aspects of your character even you might not be fully aware of." "Whatever it is," Harry said, carefully rewrapping the broom in its velvet covering, "I'm glad we all got to experience it." As they walked back toward the castle, the ancient broom now safely stored in its place of honor, Ron reflected on how perfectly the magical artifact had responded to each of them, offering him confidence and skill, Harry connection and heritage, and Hermione knowledge and understanding. It was almost as if the broom, through centuries of contact with various witches and wizards, had developed a kind of wisdom about human nature, about what people truly needed beneath their surface desires. The three of them paused at the crest of the hill, looking back at the Quidditch pitch, now bathed in the golden light of late afternoon. From this distance, it was easy to imagine the countless games that had been played there over the centuries. the generations of students who had experienced triumph and defeat, camaraderie and rivalry, all part of the ongoing story of Hogwarts. "Do you think we should tell anyone else?" Hermione asked. "About the broom, I mean. Professor McGonagall might be interested in its historical significance. Or Madam Hooch." Harry considered this, then shook his head slowly. "Not yet, I think. Someday, maybe. But for now, it's ours," Ron finished for him, understanding completely. "Our experience, our connection with the past." Hermione nodded, respecting their feeling on the matter. "Our secret, then. At least for now." As they continued toward the castle, the sun beginning its descent toward the horizon, Ron felt a deep contentment settle over him. The ancient broom had given each of them a gift, not just the specific experiences it had shared, but the reminder that they were part of something larger than themselves, a magical tradition that stretched back through centuries and would continue long after they were gone. And perhaps most valuable of all, it had reinforced the bonds between the three of them, creating a shared experience that, while different for each, had brought them closer together in understanding and appreciation. The broom would remain in its place of honor in the Quidditch shed, occasionally brought out when one of them felt the need for its particular magic, its connection to the past. But its most important work had already been accomplished, awakening in each of them a deeper awareness of their place in the ongoing story of magic, of Hogwarts, and of friendship that transcended time itself. As the days lengthened towards summer and the end of the school year approached, Ron found himself returning often to the memory of his flight through the mist, of the phantom players who had shared their knowledge across the centuries. The experience had changed him in subtle but significant ways, not just in his Quidditch skills, but in his understanding of himself and his capabilities. There was a confidence in him now that went beyond his usual bravado, a steadiness that came from knowing he was part of a continuous tradition, that the struggles and triumphs he experienced had been shared by countless others before him. It was a comforting thought, a reminder that he was never truly alone, even in his most difficult moments. Harry, too, seemed changed by his encounter with the ancient broom. The connection with his family's past had filled a void that had been present for as long as Ron had known him. While Harry would always feel the loss of his parents, the knowledge that he was part of a longer lineage, that he carried forward not just a name, but a heritage of skill and character, had given him a foundation he had previously lacked. Even Hermione, for whom the experience had been briefer and perhaps less dramatic, carried something new with her, a visceral understanding of magical history that complemented her book learning, giving it texture and emotional resonance that pure facts could never provide. The three of them rarely spoke of the broom or their experiences with it, not because it was forbidden, but because some things are too personal, too profound to be easily put into words. Yet the understanding remained between them, a shared secret that strengthened their friendship in ways both visible and invisible. On the final evening of the school year, as the leaving feast concluded and students began to drift back to their dormitories to complete their packing, Ron found himself drawn once more to the Quidditch pitch. The setting sun painted the sky in shades of gold and crimson, as if Gryffindor had claimed the heavens as well as the Quidditch Cup that year. He wasn't surprised to find Harry already there, standing at the center of the field with his face tilted up to the fading light. They nodded to each other in greeting, comfortable in the silence that stretched between them. "I was just thinking," Harry said eventually, "about everything that's happened this year. The midnight practice, the championship match in the storm, the broom." He gestured around at the pitch, now peaceful in the evening light. "It's amazing how much of it happened right here." Ron added, understanding what Harry meant. For all the wonders of Hogwarts, the moving staircases, the enchanted ceilings, the hidden passages and magical classrooms, there was something special about this open space, where they had experienced so much together. "Do you think it will happen again next year?" he asked. "The magic, I mean. The stars responding to our flight, the storm that felt alive, the visions from the broom." Harry considered this, his expression thoughtful as he surveyed the pitch where so many extraordinary things had occurred. "I don't know," he admitted finally. "Maybe not in exactly the same ways, but I think the magic is always here, waiting for the right moment, the right people to notice it." It was a profound thought, and one that resonated with Ron's own feelings about their experiences. The magic of Hogwarts wasn't just in the spells they learned or the enchantments they encountered, but in the connections they formed, with each other, with those who had come before, and with the very essence of magic itself. As twilight deepened around them, the first stars appearing in the darkening sky, Ron and Harry turned by unspoken agreement and began walking back toward the castle. Tomorrow, they would board the Hogwarts Express, returning to a world where magic was hidden rather than celebrated, where the daily rhythms of life did not include flying broomsticks or enchanted ceilings. But they would carry with them the memories of this year, of stars that danced in response to their flight, of a storm that challenged them to their limits, and of an ancient broom that had connected them to generations of magical heritage. These experiences had shaped them, had become part of who they were and who they would become. And when they returned in the autumn, Hogwarts would be waiting, its ancient stones holding the magic of 1,000 years, ready to reveal new wonders to those who approached with open hearts and minds. The Quidditch pitch would still be there, a space of possibility where the ordinary and the extraordinary met, where the joy of flight could transform into something magical beyond the simple enchantments that kept broomsticks aloft. The stars overhead twinkled gently, as if in confirmation of these unspoken thoughts. Tomorrow would bring separation and summer, but beyond that lay the promise of return, of continuation, of new chapters in the ongoing story of magic that had been unfolding at Hogwarts for centuries. And in that moment, walking side by side across the grounds of the school that had become a second home, Ron felt a deep certainty that whatever challenges the future might hold, they would face them together, strengthened by the experiences they had shared, the magic they had witnessed, and the bonds they had formed in this place, where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced together beneath the eternal stars. Summer was beginning to fade into autumn once more, the air carrying just the slightest crisp edge as twilight descended over Hogwarts. You were sitting by the window in the Gryffindor common room, watching the last rays of sunlight glint off the distant lake, when the Weasley twins descended upon you with identical mischievous grins. "We need a word," Fred said. Or perhaps it was George. Even after years of friendship, telling them apart remained a challenge. "A private word," the other twin clarified, glancing around at the scattered students working on the first assignments of the new term. Curiosity piqued, you followed them to a quiet corner where they huddled close, voices dropping to conspiratorial whispers. "We've had an idea," George, you were fairly certain it was George this time, began. "A brilliant idea," Fred continued. "The kind of idea that makes memories that last a lifetime." Their enthusiasm was infectious, and you found yourself leaning in closer despite not yet knowing what they were planning. "Go on," you encouraged. "A friendly Quidditch match," Fred said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Tonight, under the stars." "Not an official match," George clarified. "Something better?" Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff, but with a twist. Or several twists, actually. You considered this for a moment. Unofficial matches weren't technically against school rules, but playing at night certainly bent, if not broke, curfew regulations. Still, after all the intense competition of the previous year, the midnight practice with its magical stars, the championship match in the storm, Ron's discovery of the ancient broomstick, the idea of a game played purely for fun held undeniable appeal. What kind of twists, you ask, already half convinced? The twins exchanged glances, clearly pleased by your interest. First, no keeping score, Fred said. This isn't about winning. Second, creative spell use is not only allowed but encouraged, George added. Nothing dangerous, mind you. Third, players can switch positions, brooms even, teams if they want. The only rule is that there are no rules, except to have fun. By now, Harry and Ron had noticed your huddle and wandered over, eyebrows raised in silent question. The twins quickly repeated their proposal, expanding on details of their plan. We've already spoken to the Hufflepuff team, Fred explained. Cedric Diggory thought it was a brilliant idea. They're completely on board. And the lighting, Harry asked, ever practical, despite the enthusiasm spreading across his face. We can't exactly use the stadium lights without alerting the entire castle. The twins' grins widened further, if that was possible. That, dear Harry, is where our latest invention comes in, George said proudly. From his pocket, he produced what appeared to be an ordinary glass marble, no larger than a snitch. It seemed to contain a tiny golden spark that pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. Weasley's whisper lights, Fred announced. Drop them where you want light, tap once with your wand, and voila, soft, ambient illumination that won't carry beyond the area you're trying to light up. We've made dozens, George added, enough to outline the entire pitch and keep the play area visible without broadcasting our activities to the professors. Ron, who had been listening quietly until now, spoke up. Who else knows about this? Just the teams, a few trusted friends, Fred assured him. We're not daft enough to let the whole school in on it. That would guarantee McGonagall's appearance before the first quaffle was thrown. The mention of the quaffle brought another thought to your mind. What about the equipment? The balls are locked in Madame Hooch's office, aren't they? The twins exchanged another glance, this one slightly more sheepish. We've borrowed them before, George admitted. We know how to get them without leaving evidence of tampering, and we've made a few special modifications for tonight, Fred added with a wink. By now, curiosity had fully transformed into excitement, and you found yourself nodding along with Harry and Ron. The concept was impossible to resist. A night of flight and fun, free from the pressure of competition or the watchful eyes of professors and scorekeepers. Count us in, Harry said, speaking for all of you. When do we meet? Midnight, the twins replied in unison. At the pitch, bring your brooms and your sense of adventure. As they moved away to spread the word to a few other select Gryffindors, you exchanged glances with Harry and Ron, all three of you sharing the same mixture of excitement and anticipation. After the intensity of your previous Quidditch experiences, magical as they had been, there was something particularly appealing about the prospect of flight purely for flight's sake, of play without purpose beyond enjoyment. The hours until midnight seemed to crawl by with agonizing slowness. The common room gradually emptied as students headed off to bed, unaware of the adventure that awaited a select few. You pretended to retire as well, fully dressed beneath your covers, until the dormitory fell silent with the deep breathing of sleeping classmates. At 11:30, you slipped out from behind your bed curtains, grabbing your broomstick and a warm cloak against the night chill. In the common room, you met Harry, Ron, the twins, and a handful of other Gryffindor players, all moving with the practiced stealth of those accustomed to occasional nighttime wanderings. "Everyone ready?" Fred whispered, receiving nods all around. "Remember, absolute quiet until we're well away from the castle." With George consulting the Marauder's map to navigate around any patrolling prefects or professors, your small group made its way through the portrait hole and down through the sleeping castle. Moonlight spilled through high windows, casting long shadows across the stone floors and giving the familiar corridors an otherworldly quality. The journey to the entrance hall passed without incident, and soon you were slipping through a side door and out onto the grounds. The night air greeted you with its crispness, carrying the scents of earth and water, of growing things and open skies. Above, stars peppered the velvet darkness, countless pinpricks of silver light that seemed to welcome you into their realm. As you approached the Quidditch pitch, you noticed soft golden glows already hovering around its perimeter. The twins had clearly sent someone ahead with their whisper lights to prepare the space. The effect was enchanting, transforming the familiar sporting arena into something from a fairy tale, a ring of gentle illumination that pushed back the darkness without dispelling the magic of the night. Figures moved within this circle of light, and as you drew closer, you recognized the Hufflepuff team and a few of their friends, already arrived and chatting quietly amongst themselves. Cedric Diggory spotted your group first, raising a hand in greeting as you approached. "Thought you might have gotten cold feet," he said with a friendly smile. "Never," George replied, "just taking proper precautions. Wouldn't want to ruin the fun before it begins." The combined group now numbered around 20, the core players from both teams, plus a few additions who had been sworn to secrecy. There was an air of excited anticipation as Fred and George stepped forward to address everyone. "Welcome, fellow rule breakers," Fred began with a dramatic flourish, "to what we hope will be the first of many moonlight matches." "Before we begin," George continued, "let's review the concept. This isn't about competition. It's about the pure joy of flying, the fun of the game without the pressure of points or victory. We've made some special modifications to the equipment," Fred added, gesturing to a crate beside him. "The quaffle has been enchanted to occasionally change direction mid-throw. The bludgers are charmed to move in slow motion if they get too close to actually hitting someone. And the snitch..." He paused, reaching into the crate to produce a golden ball that seemed to glow from within, emitting tiny sparks that trailed behind it as it fluttered in his grasp. The snitch has been modified to release small bursts of light when caught, but it won't end the game. We'll play until we're tired, or until dawn threatens, whichever comes first. And the most important rule, George finished, is that there are no rules. Switch positions, switch teams, cast harmless spells to make things interesting. It's all allowed. The only goal is to have fun. With nods and murmurs of agreement, everyone mounted their brooms and kicked off into the night air. The feeling of liftoff was as exhilarating as ever, the ground falling away beneath you, the cool night air rushing past your face, bringing with it a sense of freedom that was unlike anything experienced on solid ground. The whisper lights created a dome of soft golden illumination that extended about 100 feet into the air, plenty of room for flying without disappearing into the darkness above. Within this magical space, Fred released the balls, each one modified to glow gently so as to remain visible in the night. What followed was unlike any Quidditch match you had ever participated in or witnessed. Without the pressure of scoring or winning, creativity flourished. Cedric and Harry, normally fierce competitors for the snitch, now chased it together, sometimes deliberately missing to give the other a chance, other times racing side by side in perfect formation. their flying styles complementing each other beautifully. The quaffle, true to Fred's description, would occasionally change direction mid-throw, leading to shouts of surprise and laughter as carefully aimed passes went awry, forcing players to dive and swoop to recover the ball. Far from being frustrating, these unpredictable moments added an element of whimsy to the game that had everyone grinning. Ron, initially stationed at the goal hoops as keeper, soon abandoned his post to try his hand as a chaser, swapping positions with Katie Bell, who, it turned out, had remarkably quick reflexes for goal defense. The absence of pressure seemed to liberate Ron from his usual nervousness, and he flew with a confidence and joy that was wonderful to behold. The Weasley twins, true to form, became the orchestrators of much of the magical mischief. They cast spells that temporarily switched players' brooms mid-flight, with prior consent of course, leading to moments of chaotic adaptation as everyone adjusted to their new mounts. They enchanted their beaters' bats to occasionally turn into rubber chickens, sending the bludgers off in wild, unpredictable arcs that had everyone ducking and laughing. Even the normally reserved Hufflepuffs got into the spirit, one of their chasers casting a charm that made the quaffle emit musical notes when passed successfully, creating an impromptu aerial symphony as the ball moved from player to player. About an hour into this magical chaos, George whistled for attention, then released a handful of additional objects from his pockets. Small glowing orbs of various colors that hovered in the air like miniature planets. "Bonus points," he called out. "Not that we're keeping score, but these will make a satisfying chime if you fly through them. Challenge yourselves." These new elements added yet another layer of playful complexity to the game. The orbs were positioned at different heights and angles, some requiring tight turns or barrel rolls to navigate successfully. Soon, the night air was filled with musical chimes as players wove through the course, sometimes alone, sometimes in pairs or groups, creating patterns of flight that were as much dance as sport. From your position high above the pitch, you paused for a moment to take in the scene below. The golden glow of the whisper lights created a perfect circle of warmth in the cool darkness, containing within it this remarkable gathering of friends. Laughter and calls of encouragement rose up from the players, a joyful soundtrack to the visual spectacle of glowing balls, sparkling trails, and the fluid movement of brooms through the night air. Beyond the illuminated pitch, Hogwarts Castle stood silhouetted against the starry sky, its towers and turrets reaching upward as if in appreciation of the magic taking place on the grounds. A few windows still glowed with lantern light, but the majority of the castle slept, unaware of the small miracle of friendship and fun unfolding beneath the autumn stars. The peaceful moment was interrupted by a whoop of delight from nearby, and you turned to see Harry executing a perfect sloth grip roll to catch the snitch, which promptly released a shower of golden sparks like miniature fireworks. Instead of signaling the end of the game, this capture was merely celebrated with cheers before the snitch was released once more to continue the play. Inspired by the displays of skill and creativity around you, you decided to try something different yourself. Drawing your wand, you cast a gentle charm on your own broomstick, one you had read about but never attempted before. Instantly, a trail of soft blue light began to follow your flight path, creating luminous patterns in the air as you flew. Seeing this, others quickly adopted the idea, each choosing a different color for their trail. Soon the night was filled with ribbons of light. Red, green, yellow, purple, orange, as players wrote their joy in the air with sweeping turns and graceful loops. The effect was breathtaking, a kaleidoscope of color contained within the golden dome of the whisper lights, visible only to those participating in this secret. Time lost all meaning as the play continued, the bonds of friendship strengthening with each shared laugh, each moment of surprise or delight. House differences disappeared entirely. It was impossible to remember or care who was Gryffindor and who was Hufflepuff, when everyone was simply having fun together. At one point, Ron flew up beside you, his face flushed with joy and exertion. "This is brilliant," he said, grinning widely. "Why don't we do this all the time?" "Maybe we should," he replied, returning his smile. "Not every night, obviously, but more than never," he finished, nodding in agreement before diving back into the game with a whoop. The night continued, a blend of organized chaos and spontaneous creativity. Players switched teams on a whim, sometimes creating imbalanced sides that led to even more laughter and improvisation. The enchanted quaffle was passed in increasingly complex patterns, players challenging themselves and each other to catch and throw in new and unusual ways. Eventually, though, even the most energetic players began to tire. The pace of the game slowed naturally, transforms from the frenetic activity of the early hours to something more contemplative, more peaceful. The musical chimes became less frequent, the laughter softer, as everyone began to savor the waning moments of this magical night. Fred and George, sensing the shift in energy, called for everyone to gather in the center of the pitch, hovering in a loose circle with the golden whisper lights creating a warm glow around the group. "Before we call it a night," Fred began, "we wanted to try one last bit of magic. Something to remember this by," George added. From within their robes, they each produced what looked like small paper lanterns, similar to those used in certain magical celebrations. But as they distributed them among the hovering players, you noticed these were unusual. Each was a different color, and they seemed to shimmer with an inner magic that went beyond simple illumination. "Memory lanterns," Fred explained as he handed you a blue one that felt warm against your palm. "A new invention we've been working on. Focus on how you feel right now," George instructed everyone. "The joy, the freedom, the friendship. Let that feeling fill you completely. Then touch your wand to the lantern and whisper, 'Memoriele.'" One by one, the gathered players followed these instructions. When your turn came, you closed your eyes briefly, concentrating on the happiness that filled you. The cool night air on your skin, the gentle hum of your broomstick beneath you, the sense of belonging among these friends united by their love of flight and magic. When the feeling was at its peak, you touched your wand to the lantern and whispered the incantation. Instantly, the paper lantern began to glow with a deep blue light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with your heartbeat. All around the circle, similar transformations were taking place. Lanterns glowing red, yellow, green, purple, each one a physical manifestation of the joy experienced by its holder. "Now," Fred said softly, "on the count of 3, we'll release them together. 1, 2, 3. As one, the group released their glowing lanterns, which did not fall but rather floated upward, gently rising through the dome of the whisper lights and into the open night sky above. They did not disappear into the darkness, but continued to glow, forming a constellation of colored lights that hovered above the Quidditch pitch. "The magic will fade by morning," George explained, "but for tonight, they'll stay right there, holding our memories of this moment. And any time in the future," Fred continued, "when any of us who participated tonight looks up at the stars above this pitch, we'll see an echo of these lights, not with our eyes, but with our hearts, a reminder of this night, of this feeling. It was perhaps the most beautiful magic the twins had ever created, and a perfect conclusion to the evening." Slowly, reluctantly, the players began to descend back to the ground, landing softly on the grass that was now silvered with dew. The equipment was carefully repacked, the modifications reversed so that Madame Hooch would find nothing amiss when she next opened the crate. The whisper lights were collected one by one, their golden glow fading as they were deactivated, until only the natural light of the moon and stars remained to illuminate the pitch. Yet above, the memory lanterns continued to shine, a private constellation created from joy and friendship, visible only to those who had participated in this remarkable night. The walk back to the castle was quiet, everyone wrapped in their own thoughts and the lingering magic of the experience. You moved in small groups, still cautious of being discovered out of bounds so late, but there was a shared sense of contentment that transcended any worry about potential punishment. Whatever consequences might come, though the twins' precautions made discovery unlikely, they would be worth it for the memories created tonight. Not just the flying or the magical modifications to the game, but the deeper magic of connections strengthened, of barriers between houses dissolved, of pure joy shared among friends beneath the vast canopy of stars. As you slipped back through the castle corridors toward Gryffindor Tower, Harry, Ron and Hermione, who had joined as a spectator despite her usual reluctance around broomsticks, walked beside you, your footsteps hushed against the ancient stone. "We should do this again," Hermione whispered, surprising you all with her enthusiasm for what had technically been a significant rule violation. "Definitely," Harry agreed, his green eyes bright despite the lateness of the hour. "Maybe invite Ravenclaw next time, or even Slytherin," Ron suggested, then shrugged at the startled looks he received. "What? If it's just about having fun, maybe even they could manage it." The idea of Slytherins participating in such an inclusive, non-competitive event seemed far-fetched, yet there was something appealing about the thought of expanding this circle of magical camaraderie even further. Perhaps that was the true power of what the twins had created. Not just a new way to play Quidditch, but a new way to build bridges between the traditionally separated houses of Hogwarts. Back in the common room with the portrait hole closed securely behind you, your small group lingered for a moment, reluctant to end the night despite the fatigue that was beginning to settle into your limbs. "I'll never look at Quidditch the same way again," Ron said quietly, voicing what all of you were feeling. "The official matches, they're brilliant and all, but this was magic in its purest form," Hermione finished for him, her expression thoughtful. "Not spells or enchantments, though there were plenty of those, but the deeper magic that comes from connection, from joy shared freely." Harry nodded, understanding exactly what she meant. After all your adventures with the extraordinary magic of Hogwarts, the mysterious response of the stars during your midnight practice, the almost sentient storm of the championship match, the ancient broom that had connected you to generations past, tonight had revealed yet another layer of magical possibility, one that existed not in the castle's stones or the enchanted objects within it, but in the bonds between those who called Hogwarts home. As you finally bade each other goodnight and climbed the stairs to your respective dormitories, you carried with you not just the pleasant fatigue of physical exertion, but a warmth that had nothing to do with temperature. The memory lanterns might fade with the coming dawn, but the feeling they had captured, that perfect blend of freedom, friendship, and magical joy, would remain, ready to be recalled whenever life's challenges made such simple happiness seem distant. Slipping between the cool sheets of your four-poster bed, you gazed up at the dark canopy above, imagining you could see through it to the night sky beyond, to the constellation of colored lights still hovering above the Quidditch pitch. As sleep began to claim you, you smiled at the thought that perhaps some future generation of Hogwarts students might discover their own version of tonight's magic, might learn, as you had, that sometimes the greatest wonders of the wizarding world were found not in textbooks or formal lessons, but in those perfect moments when hearts connected through shared joy beneath the watchful stars. And somewhere in the castle, as the first hints of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, the Weasley twins were already planning their next magical innovation, inspired by the success of the night's adventure. For at Hogwarts, the possibilities for wonder were as endless as the stars themselves, waiting only for those with the curiosity and courage to reach for them. Outside, the memory lanterns began to fade, their magical light diminishing as morning approached, but the memory they contained, of laughter and flight, of friendship transcending house boundaries, of magic created through joy rather than spells, that would remain, a private constellation in the hearts of all who had participated in the friendly midnight match. A reminder that sometimes the most powerful magic of all was the simplest, the magic of being together, of playing without purpose beyond happiness, of finding wonder in the ordinary moment made extraordinary through shared experience. And in the years to come, whenever you looked up at the stars above the Quidditch pitch, you would feel an echo of that night, not a sight or a sound, but a feeling, a warmth, a certainty that true magic existed not just in wands and spells, but in the connections between those who recognized the wonder in each other and in the world around them. As sleep finally claimed you completely, your dreams were filled with flying, with golden light and colored trails painting patterns across the night sky, with laughter and friendship and the pure, uncomplicated joy of play. And somewhere in the space between sleeping and waking, you heard a soft, musical chime, as if the memory lanterns were singing their gentle song, a lullaby of magic and connection that carried you deeper into peaceful slumber, wrapped in the warmth of belonging that was, perhaps, the greatest magic Hogwarts had to offer. In the soft light of morning, as you awoke to the familiar sounds of your dormitory, fellow students stirring, the distant calls of birds from the grounds below, the events of the night before seemed almost dreamlike in their perfection. Yet the slight ache in your muscles from hours of flying, the lingering smile that curved your lips even before full consciousness returned, these confirmed that the friendly midnight match had been wonderfully, magically real. Throughout the day, as you moved through classes and meals, you caught the eyes of others who had participated, exchanging secret smiles that acknowledged your shared experience. No one spoke of it openly. Part of the magic lay in its secrecy, in the private knowledge that beneath the ordinary routine of school life ran currents of extraordinary possibility, waiting only for those with the imagination to discover them. And that night, as you stood at the window of Gryffindor Tower, gazing out at the star-strewn sky above the distant Quidditch pitch, you thought you caught a glimpse of colored light, blue, red, yellow, green, hovering just at the edge of vision. Not really there, perhaps, but not entirely gone either. A reminder that some experiences leave their mark not just on memory, but on the very fabric of the places where they occurred, becoming part of the layered magic that made Hogwarts not just a school, but a living repository of wonder, waiting to be discovered anew by each generation that passed through its ancient halls. Our magical journey through Hogwarts comes to a close for tonight. Now you'll hear the gentle crackling of the common room fire and soothing ambient sounds of the castle to accompany you as you drift off to sleep. These calming sounds will continue without any advertisements or interruptions. May your dreams be filled with magic and wonder, and may you sleep as peacefully as if you were tucked away in your cozy four-poster bed in the dormitory. Good night, dear witch or wizard, until our next adventure in the wizarding world.